Good afternoon, honorable members. O Canada will be performed by Brooklyn Allard, member of the Minister of Transportation's team, in observation with COVID-19 public health guidelines outlined by Dr. Hansard. Please refrain from joining us in the language of your choice. I think we can all agree perhaps we should never sing again. Please remain standing. Honorable members, I'd like to take a moment to pay tribute to former members who passed away since we last met. Ralph Sorensen served in the 17th legislature from 1971 to 1975 as a Alberta Social Credit member for Sedgwick Coronation. In his maiden speech, Mr. Sorensen spoke of the importance of developing and enhancing rural life. This commitment was reflected in his years he spent organizing an annual charity auction in support of numerous local charities and foundations. In recognition of his service to the community, Mr. Sorensen was awarded many honors, including the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee in 2012 and the Senate of Canada's 150 Commemorative Medal in 2017. Mr. Sorensen was the father of former Member of Parliament for Battle River Crowfoot from 2000 to 2019, the Honourable Kevin Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen passed away on May 15th, 2020 at the age of 93. In a moment of silent prayer and reflection, I ask you to remember Mr. Sorensen as you may have known him. Rest eternal grant unto him, O Lord, and let the perpetual light shine upon him. Amen. You may be seated. Honorable members, I would like just to take a very brief moment. It's my honor and privilege to make a brief announcement today. Our very own clerk has recently and officially been designated as a member of Queen's Council. Please join me in congratulating the 9th clerk of the Legislative Assembly, Mrs. Shannon Dean, QC, on her achievement. Honorable members, you'll also notice you may have noticed as you entered the chamber today, there are some additional doors at either side of the chamber, and they are as part of our continuing social distances practices here in the chamber. They are baskets for tables to deposit their tablings on. And prior to continuing with the daily routine, I'd like to just lay out some of those changes for you. I would want to just inform you of these modifications of certain practices that are going to be implemented in light of the COVID-19 emergency. The following measures are being implemented to reduce the handling of House documents. With respect to tablings, I would ask that members bring their tablings to one of the two tables that have been positioned here at the doors of the chamber, and upon the completion of your tabling, you can place it into the basket on your own, and that will prevent the LASS from needing to do that. Concerning bills, following introductions, copies will continue to be delivered to myself, the Speaker, and the table. Additional copies will be placed on the two tables that are at the rear of the chamber. Should you wish a copy delivered to you, I ask that you do so by indicating a show of hands, and the LASS team will be happy to provide you with that. Regarding amendments moved in committee of the whole at second reading and third reading, and in any other instance, a security staff member will continue to retrieve the original amendment and copies from the member and deliver the amendment to the Speaker, as well as the table and the respective House leaders as well. Should you require an amendment upon its introduction, please do so by indicating a show of hands, or the additional copies will be split on either side of the House should you require them. I hope that these will assist us in the ongoing debate and deliberations here in the chamber. The clerk.
Introduction of visitors, introduction of guests, ministerial statements, member statements.
The honourable member for Calgary North has a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Eid Mubarak. I rise today to recognize the festival of Eid al-Fitr, which was celebrated by Muslims across Alberta this past weekend. As Ramadan came to a close, Muslims across Alberta and around the world bid farewell to the holy month and prepared for Eid, the festival of breaking the fast. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has changed how we celebrate, but that did not stop people from participating in Ramadan and Eid festivities. Over the past month, I attended virtual iftar events with a variety of groups from Calgary and Edmonton. Just last night, I had the pleasure of joining my colleagues and community members for an online Eid al-Fitr celebration. Mr. Speaker, these festivities and communal gatherings are essential for communities of faith. As we pass new milestones in Alberta's relaunch, more and more people can start to safely come together. Last week, stakeholders from many faiths joined a telephone town hall with Premier and Dr. Dina Hinshaw to hear how our strategy will impact their ability to gather and pray. People are eager to join once again with their brothers and sisters in prayer and in worship. For many worshippers, the highest priority is protecting each other. Faith leaders and their congregations can find more information in the guidelines for places of worship document, which is available online. Thank you to everyone who respected the public health recommendation and kept Albertans safe. I hope next year Eid will include communal prayers at our local mosque and traditional food and sweets shared amongst friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Eid Mubarak to everyone here.
Eid Mubarak to you as well. I hope the sweets will be back next year myself. The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, while out for a ride, I ran into two men who recognized me and told me they were both occupational therapists and had been deeply demoralized by the announcement of cuts and layoffs in healthcare late last year. But when they saw a video of a statement I made in this House standing up for healthcare workers, it gave them hope. We just wanted to let you know, they said, that what you do matters. That meant a lot, Mr. Speaker, because that's exactly why I ran for office. I'd watched a Conservative Party in power for over 40 years become arrogant and dismissive of the public. I'd seen how demoralized so many Albertans had become, disengaged, feeling they had no way to be heard or power to affect change. And I wanted to change that. I wanted to show that politicians could represent constituents over party, that the voices of Albertans could be heard and represented in this House. And I believe that in the 4 years that we were in government, we proved that true. But in less than a year, this government has brought entitlement and arrogance roaring back, going even further than any government before them and seizing unchecked power to grind Albertans under their heel. They've acted swiftly and brutally with a condescension and antagonism that's made it clear their intent is to confuse, intimidate, and demoralize Albertans into silence and compliance. But, Mr. Speaker, we in the official opposition are here to make sure that does not happen. For a year now, we've stood in this assembly to represent the voice of those Albertans, to counter this government's misinformation with truth, to remind Albertans that they don't have to knuckle under in compliance while this government attempts to dismantle everything they value about this province, to affirm that no government is above accountability, to demonstrate that Albertans can fight back. And while this government tries to dismiss its critics as irrelevant, says they mislead Albertans, and uses its power to silence them and sends waves of overpaid issues managers to shout them down, we'll continue to stand up for Albertans and let them know. You don't have to take this. You don't have to accept it. You have every right to speak up and criticize your government. Illegitimi non carborundum, don't let them grind you down.
The honourable member for Camrose has a statement.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saddened to rise in the House today and tell you about the passing of former Social Credit MLA Ralph Sorensen. It happened on May 15th at the age of 93 after his battle with cancer. Ralph Sorensen served in the Legislative Assembly of Alberta from 1971 to 1975 and as a member of the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, this hurts as Ralph was a good friend of mine and a solid supporter. I remember the night before the election, Ralph was instrumental in putting together a breakfast for me in Killam. Spirits were high that day, including Ralph's. Those who knew him enjoyed his dry wit. He rarely let out a laugh, but it was clearly displayed in the twinkle of his eye. Our thoughts are with his son, former Conservative MP, Kevin Sorensen, Ralph's wife, Jean, and the rest of his family. Mr. Sorensen grew up working hard on the farm, and he enjoyed playing baseball and hockey. Ralph attended Prairie Park School and Killam High School. All of his free time when he was young was spent outdoors, hunting, trapping, and playing sports. At an early age, he put his trust in Jesus and was baptized in Sylvan Lake. Mr. Speaker, the Sorensen family was awarded the Century Farm Award in 2007. This achievement was a proud moment for Ralph and his family. Politics was a lifelong passion. Ralph was a founding member of the Reform Party and served on the local constituency board for many years. Almost every day, he faithfully tuned into watching Question Period, as he had a keen interest in Canadian politics. Writing was a pastime that he relished. Unbelievably, he wrote daily in a diary for the past 50 years. He left a legacy of history, news, weather, and anecdotes in those journals. His final entry was on May 12th. Mr. Speaker, I'm so honored to celebrate the life of my friend, Ralph Sorensen. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard it in February 1st and now again that the government decided to bring back Bill 1. Indigenous people in Alberta feel unfairly targeted by the bill and rightly believe it will impact their rights. The government did not consult Alberta's Indigenous peoples when hastily putting forward this piece of legislation. Now, with this bill back before the House, those Indigenous partners don't even have the ability to come here to express their concerns, given that this building is closed to the public because of the COVID-19 state of emergency. I will raise their concerns for the public record. Marlene Poitras, the regional chief for Alberta for the Assembly of First Nations, has said, quote, "This bill will serve to erode individual rights, unfairly target Indigenous peoples, and has no place in a democratic society," end quote. Assembly of First Nations National Chief Perry Bellegarde stated, quote, "People should never be criminalized for standing up for their rights. The use of force against peaceful people is a violation of human rights, First Nations rights, and our rights under the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People," end quote. And he said, quote, "We will never achieve reconciliation through force," end quote. And Athabasca Chippewa First Nation Chief Alan Adams said the bill will turn Alberta into a, quote, "police state province," end quote. Undemocratic legislation, police states, these are serious concerns, Mr. Speaker, being expressed by important partners. And I'm sure they're merely the tip of the iceberg. When I was Indigenous Relations Minister, I was proud to work together with these very same individuals in a true spirit of reconciliation. The UCP appeared to be posed to move away from commitments made by the Premier in this
and the Minister in this House to involve our Indigenous partners in all matters that affect them. This is clearly unacceptable. The government needs to rescind Bill 1 and start by consulting with Alberta's Indigenous peoples. If not, I fear the damage that will be done for many generations to come. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud today to rise to recognize the end of Ramadan and the celebration of Eid al-Fitr this past Sunday for more than 1.6 billion Muslims worldwide. During the month of Ramadan, Muslims fast from sunrise to sunset and practice discipline, self-control, sacrifice, and patience. The practice of fasting encourages compassion to those who don't have the same blessings that many of us do as we sit each night to a full dinner table with our families. In years past, Mr. Speaker, the month of Ramadan was spent with family, friends, and neighbors. It was an opportunity for observers to strengthen their faith through family gatherings and group prayers. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the way that Muslims across the planet celebrated Ramadan this year, but the spirit and intent of the celebration remained intact. This pandemic has meant so many things for Muslims in Alberta. It meant there would be no large gatherings. It meant there would be no group dinners. It meant that for the first time in modern history, the mosques were closed to the public. All was not lost, however. Despite the challenges of COVID-19, it brought Albertans together. We learned that Albertans are resilient and highly adaptable. We learned how to entertain our children in new and creative ways while keeping them safe. We took more time to check on our elderly parents and call on our neighbors. We took the time to deliver groceries to those who were unable to get them themselves. We took time to self-reflect. We learned how to be humble. We came to terms that life is precious, that life is fragile. In a lot of ways, Mr. Speaker, the united sacrifices of Albertans embodies the elements of what this holy month is truly about. Self-sacrifice, reflection, and charity are all fundamental components of Islam and goals that all Muslims strive to achieve. As Eid and Ramadan come to an end for the year, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the contributions of Muslims in Alberta. Eid Mubarak to all. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar has a statement.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta's parks and recreation areas are special places for my family. I fondly remember camping with my grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins at Buck Lake and in Kananaskis when I was a child. We enjoyed fishing and boating, as well as hiking and biking. My own children have enjoyed similar experiences at Wabamun Lake and Pembina River. Our time spent in parks has been some of the best time that our family has spent together. Thousands of Alberta's families are like mine. They enjoy spending time at their favorite provincial park or recreational area, and this summer, many Albertans were looking forward to enjoying the parks with their families because parks are some of the few places that are open during the pandemic. But when the people of Alberta arrive at their favorite park this summer, instead of seeing a sign that says welcome, they're seeing signs that say closed or for sale. Why? Because this UCP government is intent on destroying our public spaces to save a pittance. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that the pandemic has highlighted is the lack of public spaces for people to enjoy. With nowhere else to go for fun and exercise, our parks and trails are very crowded spaces. With a pandemic that will likely be with us for a long time, now more than ever we need to expand our park system, not reduce it. By investing in parks, the Government of Alberta could create much-needed jobs now and provide an enduring legacy of protecting Alberta's beautiful natural areas for the enjoyment of our people for decades to come. I've heard from thousands and thousands of Albertans that this move to close or sell off our parks is wrong. We will always fight to protect our parks because we owe that to the people of Alberta.
The honourable member for Airdrie East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about the importance of supporting our local businesses. Airdrie East is home to many business owners and their employees, and now more than ever, they need our support. Our city has faced tough economic times before, but nothing like the simultaneous onset of a global pandemic, recession, and the crash of oil prices worldwide. As we enter the phase 1 of Alberta's relaunch strategy, it is important in all corners of the province to rally in support of our local economy. Airdronians and Albertans are working hard and entrepreneurial, and if we continue to pull together and support local businesses, that spirit will never relinquish. Local businesses play a significant role in supporting Airdrie, Rocky County, and Wheatland County's economic development and maintaining the well-being of our community. Mom and pop shops have demonstrated great resilience during this pandemic, but they are certainly suffering. They need our support, and we need them. Mr. Speaker, in many cases, local entrepreneurs are our families, our friends, and our neighbors. They are the backbone of our communities. Companies often support our sports teams, schools, and community events. They have wholeheartedly given their support to us in the past, and now it is time for us to pay it forward. These enterprises are finding new and innovative and safe ways to serve the community, and they will do whatever they can to accommodate you. I am very proud to say that there have been a number of local initiatives coming out of my constituency, such as Shop Local Airdrie on Facebook and Things That Are Open that was spearheaded by the City of Airdrie. Wheatland County hosts a weekly call with their local businesses sharing ideas. These campaigns will have a lasting impact on the success of small businesses throughout Alberta and the livelihoods of those employed by them. Let's support them by buying their goods, using their services, and promoting your favorite local spot on social media. Next time you're out and about, remember to stay safe, stay healthy, and shop local.
Honourable members, we are at oral question period, and the Leader of Her Majesty's Official Opposition has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Alberta Energy Regulator suspended environmental monitoring across the oil and gas industry. This suspension came as a shock to many, including the former chief scientist of the AER, who described the changes as risky and unjustified. She said, quote, "This could affect environmental health and human health." So can the Premier please explain to Albertans why he thinks it's safe enough to give a haircut or serve food to 50 people or say work in a meat packing plant, but somehow it's too risky to protect the very health of Albertans and their environment?
The Honourable, the Premier.
Well, as is so often the case with questions from the Leader of the Opposition, that was embedded with falsehoods, Mr. Speaker. The truth is that the Alberta Energy Regulator is an independent quasi-judicial regulatory body that makes its own decisions without direction from government, as was the case in this particular instance. And I would direct your questions to the AER. My understanding is that all of their environmental standards remain in place. The professionals at AER felt there was apparently a conflict between some public health orders and some regulatory mandates, and they therefore provided for a period of flexibility in terms of reporting, but all the reporting requirements and regulatory standards are still.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Premier knows full well there are multiple tools that the Cabinet can use to direct what the AER is doing. Now, in their directive, the AER cited public health orders as part of the reason to make these changes. But when the media followed up with our Chief Medical Officer, she had no idea. Dr. Hinshaw wasn't consulted. The Indigenous people who desperately rely on this monitoring were not consulted. Mr. Speaker, this safety double standard defies logic, and Albertans can see right through it. Why is the Premier using this pandemic to abandon his obligation to protect our air, our land, and our water?
The Honourable, the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, my understanding is that, according to the AER, they believe there was a apparent conflict between public health orders generally, and not particular health orders, but public health orders generally, and certain compliance requirements, reporting requirements, I should say. But monitoring continues. Mr. Speaker, for example, water monitoring continues completely unaffected. It's unfortunate that the NDP would try to give the public a misinterpretation of that fact.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this Premier is the king of misinterpretations of certain facts, but this lack of environmental oversight is exactly why major firms like BlackRock and Norges Bank are pulling their investments. And here's Morningstar's analysis, quote, "The Alberta government has become the oil patch's own worst enemy. Not Warren Buffett, not the so-called green left zealots. The Premier is the problem, Mr. Speaker. Why won't the Premier tell the AER to reverse this decision, put people back to work, protect our environment, and restore our reputation?"
The Honourable, the Premier.
So let's be clear, what the opposition leader is asking is for the government to violate the independence of a regulatory body which operates under its own enumerated statutory authority. She's asking for us to politicize the process, just like she asked us to ignore the advice of our regulatory bodies and our chief medical officer multiple times in the last several months. The NDP is all about politicizing everything all the time rather than respecting the judgment of our independent agencies and expert officials.
The Leader of the Official Opposition for her second set of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our economy is reopening, and I know we're all anxious for things to get back to business as usual, except business as usual is a long, long way out. Surveys show over half of Alberta's small businesses are struggling to get back on their feet, but so far all this government has offered is more debt and more deferrals. And by the end of this month, they'll even be on their own for PPE. Why won't the government do what so many other provinces have done, step up and provide small businesses with the support they need to survive? Not debt, not deferrals, but real help.
The Honourable Premier is rising.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader's question is based on a number of false assertions. In fact, the government has provided overall close to $13 billion in support for Alberta families and job creators, including, for example, paying half of the WCB premiums for small and medium-sized enterprises this year, reducing property tax burden, providing for billions of dollars of additional liquidity measures being delivered in part by Alberta Treasury branches for small and medium-sized businesses, and we are looking at additional measures to take in the days to come.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, increased liquidity measures is a code for debt, as I said. And with the WCB deferral, what we know is that this helps small businesses the least, and the Premier knows it. Now, businesses have been asking for help reopening, help buying PPE, help with utilities, help paying insurance, help making rent. The jobs of more than 750,000 Albertans depend on the survival of these businesses. To the Premier, you talk about being open for business, yet you're one of the few premiers who's refusing to step up with anything other than debt and deferral. Why is that?
The Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I have to correct the Leader of the Opposition. In fact, the WCB action taken by the government is not simply a deferral, but actually the government is absorbing half the cost of premiums, specifically for small and medium-sized businesses, at a cost to the Treasury of some $350 million. I know that for the NDP, $1/3 billion is barely walking around money, but that is real relief for job creators. And Mr. Speaker, I think most importantly, this government took the lightest touch in North America with respect to public health measures, and we're getting back to work more quickly than anywhere else.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they also took the lightest touch in terms of actually consulting with small business owners. Instead, all we seem to have here is the Premier waiting for Justin Trudeau to come into his rescue. Ironic. Businesses need help with commercial rent, but instead all they have is a broken program that both commercial tenants and landlords say is broken, and rent is due in just 5 days. The CFIB, the Alberta Chambers of Commerce, Restaurants Canada, the Retail Council of Canada are all calling for a commercial eviction ban. So to the Premier, we need you to bring forward a ban on commercial evictions before June 1st. We'll work with you to make that happen. Why won't you do that?
The Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the government of Alberta has announced that we will participate with the federal government in the federal provincial commercial rent subsidy program that constitutes a $67 million fiscal commitment on our part. We understand that the program is flawed and that the criteria need to be broadened. We're working with the Government of Canada on that, as well as additional measures to support small and medium-sized businesses. But we would call upon commercial landlords to show smart flexibility at this time. There is no point in closing the doors of a business if they can't rent it out to...
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, the federal government highlighted the need to work with provinces to offer 10 days of paid sick leave to all Canadian workers. Here in Alberta, we have seen firsthand the devastation that can happen when workers don't have access to the supports that allow them to stay home when sick. The ability to stay home when sick protects the person, their colleagues, and the community as a whole. We've got no answer from the Premier today when asked by our leader the same question to the Premier: do you or do you not agree that paid sick leave provides protections for both workers and the community?
The Honourable the Minister of Labour and Immigration has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. As the Honourable Member knows, this announcement was made just earlier this week, and we are now looking into what the details are, what the federal government is proposing, so we can determine whether or not we want to go along with this. I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that we took action early on in the beginning of this pandemic. We provided changes to the employment standards for job-protected leave, and then we came out with the emergency isolation support, which is exactly for the same purpose that the member is asking for, so that people can get some money when they stay home, and we use that as a bridge for the CERB, which was in place shortly thereafter.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
This minister's announcement, he announced 14 paid sick days and then didn't deliver on that. COVID-19 has put all Albertans' lives at a standstill. However, rent, groceries, bills, and insurance still need to be paid. No one should have to choose between taking a day off work due to illness or paying those mounting bills. This government needs to remember the Albertans doing essential work like maintaining our food supply. Many of them do not have paid sick days. Can this government make their stance clear on the 10 days paid sick leave proposal from the government, or will we continue to see this government drag its heels?
The Honourable the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are putting measures in place and continue to put measures in place to support all Albertans through this pandemic. As indicated by the Premier earlier, we have committed over $13 billion to support Albertan families and businesses. As indicated, we will assess the federal program, and then we will be thoughtful about our response, and we'll get back to all Albertans and the member opposite in the coming weeks. Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the solution that is currently being discussed on a national level is to have the federal government help offset the cost of paid sick leave, especially during the pandemic. Our caucus has repeatedly argued that we need more supports for business as well as workers if we're going to successfully keep the curve flat. There's a proposal in front of us today that supports workers and supports business. There is money on the table for our province. What is this Premier's hesitation?
The Honourable the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated, we will take a thoughtful approach and understand what the federal government has put on the table. Again, this was just announced earlier this week, and we are supportive of Albertans and workers. Our $13 billion commitment demonstrates that, and we'll continue to look at various options as we move forward through this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, last year, this Premier and his government fired the very Elections Commissioner who was investigating his own leadership race. This was a gross attack on the rule of law. The Premier never had the opportunity to speak to the bill, so I would like to give him the opportunity to speak to a bill that I have put forward, Bill 202, that will prevent such an abuse of power from ever happening again. Premier, for the record, will you support this legislation?
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's ridiculous to continue to watch the NDP practice this politics of fear and smear, Mr. Speaker. That party and that member was part of allegations associated with the issue that she raises that they brought all the way to the Ethics Commissioner and asked for an investigation that then took place, Mr. Speaker, and the Ethics Commissioner then reported back to this place and cleared everybody that was involved and said those allegations are completely false. And that honourable member continues to then come to the chamber and try to bring forward those false allegations, Mr. Speaker. Shame on her and shame on the NDP for continuing that behaviour.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
The bill, Mr. Speaker, is intended to correct problems with the Conflict of Interest Act that resulted in that finding. I intend to go before the committee tomorrow night on Bill 202, where I will make the case that it is necessary to prevent further misuses of power by this Premier. I believe the committee would benefit greatly from the Premier's perspective on this bill. Premier, I intend to send you a letter to attend this committee as one of my stakeholders. My question here and now is, will you attend and answer before Albertans?
The Honourable Government House
Speaker, the start of that question, that honourable member then asked the Premier of Alberta to interfere with the standing committee of this legislature, Mr. Speaker. Our government does not do that. We respect the private members of this place's role within that process. We have a committee that is in place, Mr. Speaker, and that member asking the Premier of Alberta to interfere in that process is ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, something that he would never do and something the leadership of this caucus would never do. I look forward to seeing the debate that takes place in that standing committee tomorrow and the results of the recommendations from the standing committee to this legislature and ultimately the debate that will move forward on that piece of legislation.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, premiers and ministers are regularly called before committees of the Legislative Assembly. That allegation is absurd. Premier, the rule of law is a concept you claim is important to you. You rely on this principle in a number of matters. But a principle has no value when we only ascribe to it at a moment when it's convenient. Premier, if you're unwilling to come before the committee and discuss this fundamental breach of the rule of law, then I have to ask, how do you intend to rely on this principle in future?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member continues to bring forward the falsehood that there has been some sort of breach when it comes to the rule of law. In fact, that member and that caucus continues to abuse, and from my perspective, the Ethics Commissioner's time and other officers of this legislature, even though they have been repeatedly shown to be false allegations, Mr. Speaker. It is ridiculous that they continue to do that. It is completely inappropriate, a waste of time within this space, Mr. Speaker, something that I fundamentally reject. We will let the committee of the legislature do their work because we respect democracy in this place, and unlike that member when she was a cabinet minister, we don't interfere in standing committees of the legislature.
Well, members, a point of order has been noted at 2:06. The honourable member for Leduc Beaumont has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, Edmonton has been shortlisted to be chosen as a hub city for the 2020 NHL playoffs. In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, this possibility has raised a lot of excitement, but has also raised a number of questions from the public and members of this House. As this House knows, Alberta has led both nationally and internationally in our pandemic response. Can the Premier tell this House why the government is in support of Edmonton being chosen as the hub city?
The Honourable, the Premier.
I thank the member for the important question, Mr. Speaker. We have worked constructively with the Oilers Entertainment Group on a joint proposal to the National Hockey League to have Edmonton designated as one of the hub cities for the balance of the NHL playoffs. This would help to create hundreds of jobs that are desperately needed in Edmonton's hospitality sector. It would also provide incalculable free marketing opportunities to rebrand Alberta and the relaunch of our tourism industry in the future. It would also highlight the tremendous success of Albertans in having had the best public health response to the pandemic of any NHL city in North America.
The honourable member for Leduc Beaumont.
Thank you, Premier. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 is still a very real threat faced by our province and healthcare system. There has been continued guidance from the Chief Medical Officer of Health to follow physical distancing guidelines to prevent further outbreaks or spread of COVID-19. What action will this government take to ensure that the health and safety of Albertans remains the highest priority?
The Honourable, the Premier.
An important question, Mr. Speaker, and we only support this bid because it's been offered in close collaboration with the Chief Medical Officer for Health, who has written to her federal counterpart, Dr. Tam, as well as to Commissioner Bettman, endorsing the Oilers' proposal, in part because we have the unique infrastructure amongst NHL cities here in Edmonton in the Ice District, where we could accommodate hundreds of players and support personnel in a quarantine zone around the most modern and best NHL arena in the league with 2 ice services in a perfectly secure environment.
The honourable member.
Speaker, there are many Albertans and businesses that rely on sports and entertainment to drive their business. With public health measures in effect, how will the Premier ensure that there is economic opportunity for businesses to be successful within our new normal?
The Premier.
An important question, and that's another reason why I think this bid is important, because it would, I think, give people a sense of renewed optimism. Not only would it create hundreds of service industry jobs in the short term, an enormous brand opportunity for Alberta in the long term. But I think, what part of what we need to do now is to rebuild people's morale and a sense that we are moving back to something more like normal. And Edmonton hosting this major international sporting event, I think, would be a critical message of renewed confidence, particularly for businesses here in downtown Edmonton.
Hear, hear. think the real question for the Premier is, will he be cheering for the Flames or the Oilers? The honourable member for Edmonton McClung has the question.
Mr. Speaker, the tragic loss of life and the worst outbreaks of COVID-19 at meatpacking plants in North America have made it clear that worker safety needs to be the #1 priority. The workers at Cargill and JBS took every precaution to keep their co-workers and families safe. It's a tragedy that their employers failed to do the same, and it's a tragedy that this government assured workers that the workplace was safe when it clearly was not. Will the Minister of Labour and the Minister of Agriculture stand in this House and admit that they failed the workers of Cargill and JBS, and will they apologize?
The Honourable the Minister of Labour and Immigration has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to express my condolences for the families that were impacted and lost loved ones due to COVID-19 and in Brooks, and also for all Albertans who have lost loved ones during this pandemic. I can say to the honourable member across the way, we take health and safety extremely seriously. Within days of a letter arriving in my office indicating concerns about meatpacking, particularly at Cargill, we had inspectors on site. Those inspectors were on site prior to the shutdown, during the shutdown, and we've had 3 inspections since then, and we're focusing on keeping workers safe.
The honourable member for Edmonton McClung.
Mr. Speaker, given that Benito Quesada, a worker who tragically lost his life at Cargill, told his family after becoming sick that there was no distancing between workers and many other measures being advised by the Chief Medical Officer were not being followed, and given that even 5 days after Benito was admitted to the hospital, a minister told Cargill workers on a telephone town hall that the work site was safe, can the minister explain to his family why he ignored and dismissed the concerns being raised by the workers rather than taking steps to address them?
The Honourable the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we took steps to address that. As indicated previously, within 2 days of concerns being raised by the UFCW, we had inspectors on site, and not only inspectors from Occupational Health and Safety, Alberta Health Services, and Alberta Health, looking at the measures in place. We've done 2 inspections during the closed down period to ensure that it was safe when it was reopened. And since that point in time, with 3 inspections there, we worked with the UFCW locally, the local Health and Safety Committee, and we also brought the Health and Safety Committee with inspections to be able to ensure that they're working well.
The honourable member.
Your goal was clearly to sell hamburger, not protect lives. Given that this government's shameful failure to protect workers at meatpacking plants led to hundreds of infections, and given that JBS saw hundreds of infections and is currently being investigated by Occupational Health and Safety, and given we've heard that some JBS workers have been sleeping in their cars because they fear they might bring the virus home to their families, what specifically is the Minister of Agriculture doing to address the safety concerns of these workers? If he can't be specific, is it because he plans on ignoring their fears again?
The Honourable, the Premier has risen.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Medical Officer of Health has reported that one of the key learnings from the terrible outbreaks at the meatpacking plants was that in many cases workers live in relatively dense housing arrangements with others, and that people were unable to self-isolate. And that is why the government, through the advice of the Chief Medical Officer, provided support for hotel housing at government expense for people who had to self-isolate either because they were symptomatic or had tested positive, and that support continues to be available.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we have seen unfold over the past few months is heartbreaking. 104 continuing care facility residents have died due to COVID-19 in Alberta. That's 3/4 of the deaths in our province. It's so tragic. This UCP government took more than 7 weeks to listen to our call to provide surge funding for struggling seniors facility operators. To the Minister of Seniors and Housing, the families of seniors in these facilities are left to wonder, what if? Minister, why did it take you more than 7 weeks to act on our call for surge funding?
The Honourable, the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we Both the Honourable Minister of Housing and Seniors and I met with many of the folks who are involved in congregate living facilities, everyone in the continuing care spectrum, from long-term care all the way to the seniors lodges of the province, for us to be able to meet with them and understand what their cost pressures were. And so as we were understanding from them, after they started to understand the March actuals and where the cost pressures were, what the difficulties were with their staffing, what the difficulties were with sourcing PPE, we worked with them and provided that package then that fit their needs.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that it took this government more than 7 weeks to act on our call for surge funding and the deaths that I spoke of were preventable, and given that the UCP has been slow to act on this and many other recommendations put forward by our opposition, to the Minister of Seniors and Housing, it is my sincerest hope that there are no further delays getting these funds to seniors facilities. When will the long-awaited funding be in the hands of seniors facilities? Please be specific.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Well, I understand, Mr. Speaker, that it's this week. Actually, our office spoke to some of the folks in the continuing care spectrum as recently as today for us to understand whether the money was getting into their hands. And I'd remind the House as well, as on top of the $170 million that we announced, we also had previously announced $7 million a month to increase the staff levels and top up of the wages of the healthcare aides throughout the province, Mr. Speaker. This was done because we met with and continue to meet with often the operators of these facilities and understand their cost pressures and meet their needs.
The Honourable Member.
Given that staff shortages were identified as one of the many challenges in fighting the spread of COVID-19, and given the UCP dragged its feet in acting on our call to provide hazard pay for workers in seniors facilities, again to the Minister of Seniors and Housing, healthcare aides say they have not seen any wage top-up or increased staffing yet. It's been over a month. What's the delay? Or is this just another UCP broken promise?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Maybe because the Honourable Member is reading, she didn't hear the answer that I provided in the second question, but this week, Mr. Speaker, so the healthcare aides are receiving those top-ups. It's retroactive to April 20th, Mr. Speaker. They're receiving it for the top-ups, those to be able to address the absenteeism issue for the HCAs, as well as the retention recruitment issue. But that top-up of the wages is being received this week, Mr. Speaker, and I understand as well the 170 that we announced to be able to support the facilities through the system are receiving it this week as well.
The Honourable Member for Drumheller-Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 16th, the Fair Deal panel submitted its final report to the government. While it is understandable that our government has had to delay the release of the report, Albertans need to know, what are the panel's findings and recommendations? Given that my constituents and many Albertans are very eager and invested in the conclusions of the report, and given that Western alienation has continued, even heightened during COVID-19, creating a greater sense of urgency for a fair deal, to the Premier, can you please inform this House when the Fair Deal panel report will be released?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank the member for Drumheller-Stettler for the thoughtful question, and I'm glad to see so many Albertans are keen to see the contents of the Fair Deal panel. Let me thank the tens of thousands of Albertans who participated in the extensive public consultations about Alberta's role in the Federation and how we can maximize our leverage to get a fair deal within the Federation. And I am pleased to inform the House that the government will release the full Fair Deal panel as soon as the state of public health emergency abides, and that will be on June 15th. The government does not intend to renew the state of public health emergency and will then proceed to release the panel report.
The Honourable Member for Drumheller-Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta has been a major net contributor to the Federation through equalization for decades. One would have thought this would have been an opportune time to help support the very industries and province that have been supporting all Canadians. Yet there's been a disappointing, almost insulting response from Trudeau on supports for Alberta's oil and gas and agriculture industries. To the Premier, how will our government stand up to Ottawa and ensure that Alberta gets a fair deal in Confederation and that our industries receive the supports that they need?
The Honourable the Premier.
And Mr. Speaker, let me just offer the rationale for why the report was not released immediately upon it, receiving it a couple of weeks ago. The government remains single-mindedly focused on the public health crisis and the twin economic crisis which we are facing. As we begin to return to a normal pace of dealing with a broader range of issues in this place, we think it will be absolutely appropriate and necessary to release the report. In the meantime, we are taking measures, including the motion before the House to create a chief firearms officer for Alberta, the creation of an Alberta parole board, and the work that the finance minister continues to undertake to get a lifting of the cap on the fiscal stabilization program.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Premier. Given that our government was partly elected on the basis of giving back a voice to the people, and given that our government has, as recently as February, talked about introducing a citizens' initiative referendum law, giving Albertans a process and opportunity to have the question most important to them on a ballot, regardless of the position of any government. To the Premier, when and how can Albertans expect the citizens' initiative referendum law to be introduced?
The Honourable the Premier.
These are important democratic reforms that will ultimately put grassroots Albertans in the driver's seat when it comes to major issues. Also, empowering them through recall to hold members of this Assembly to account. Mr. Speaker, we will keep our platform commitment to submit to a standing committee of the legislature the issue of recall, to come back with sensible thresholds to trigger recall petitions, to require by-elections for MLAs who have broken their word or lost the confidence of their constituents as well. We will bring forward to that committee a draft citizen initiative referendum law, and in the fall of next year, hold a Senate election here in Alberta.
I might just provide some caution to the honourable member from Drumheller-Stettler. There may have been some difficulty connecting the third question to the first question. Perhaps we can have the supplementals be more associated with the question that they were initially asked. The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we revealed that since taking office, this government is tracking nearly 3,600 job losses from the post-secondary sector. In what is turning out to be one of the largest mass layoffs in Alberta's university and college history, this number is 1,000% larger than what the government predicted in Budget 2020. Can the minister please explain why the actual number of layoffs are tracking to be 1,000% larger than what he said they would be in the first place?
The Honourable, the Minister of Post-Secondary Education.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually won't comment on how the member opposite came up with the numbers because who knows how they did. I can assure you that those numbers that they've presented are completely wrong. So I'm not sure exactly how the members are coming up with those figures, Mr. Speaker. That is to say, though, we are working on improving our post-secondary education system. We have to ensure that we have a sustainable model for not just now, but more importantly for the future, so that we can continue to ensure that we are educating a competitive workforce to keep our economy strong, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given that indeed the numbers we presented yesterday were very low, considering we excluded COVID-related temporary layoffs, these are layoffs that came from Budget 2020, when this government went a full-born attack on post-secondary education here in this province for the second budget in a row. So given, as well, that universities and colleges will have to implement reopening guidelines that were set out recently without an infusion of emergency funding, will the minister please explain to the House how he expects universities and colleges to undertake restructuring when staff has been laid off?
The Honourable, the Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member opposite will know, that we have one of the most expensive post-secondary systems in the entire country. And we're working very closely with our presidents across our universities and colleges to get the cost of our system down. Because as I mentioned a moment ago, it is critical and essential that we ensure that we have a sustainable post-secondary system. We can't just look at the problems of today. We need to be future-minded, Mr. Speaker. We need to ensure that we are educating a highly skilled workforce and that we have appropriate access space for future generations. And we need to take difficult decisions now to ensure we get there.
The honourable member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given that the performance-based funding model is now based on unrealistic economic expectations and it's based on pre-COVID conditions and economic downturn, given that really this performance-based mechanism is just a thinly disguised way to cut funding to post-secondary colleges and universities, will the minister like to perhaps do what his Conservative counterparts in Ontario are doing and immediately shelve his plan to impose this new performance-based funding model for post-secondary education?
The Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. During these difficult times, it's essential that we give our institutions flexibility, and we've already done that. We were slated to introduce a performance-based model on April 1st, and we are now looking at a June 30th implementation because we wanted to ensure that our institutions have the flexibility that they need to respond to the pandemic, can ensure that students are completing their semester on time. That's the priority, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we have to continue to remain focused on the future and continue to work on developing a model that will drive enrollment, that will help to ensure that we're building a sustainable system, and that's exactly what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert has a question.
This government is cutting Campus St. Jean's funding to the bone, which poses a severe risk to Alberta's vibrant Francophone community. As a direct result of the vicious cuts from this Minister of Advanced Education, the campus is looking at reducing the number of courses offered in September by 180, which equals 44%. Will the Premier explain why he's standing by this attack on the Francophone community by not protecting the funding of Campus St. Jean?
The Honourable the Premier.
Monsieur le Président, évidemment, ce gouvernement appuie entièrement la communauté francophone en Alberta, y compris les services postsecondaires. C'est vrai que nous faisons les économies dans toutes les institutions postsecondaires, y compris le campus de Saint-Jean. Ce n'est pas cibler la communauté francophone, mais de trouver les efficacités pour les impératifs budgétaires.
Member for St. Albert.
Given that the Association Canadienne-Française d'Alberta president said that these cuts would lead to the community being unable to instruct their children at the primary or secondary level, est-ce que le gouvernement se tiendra avec la communauté francophone et inverser les réductions énormes? Et sinon, je veux savoir pourquoi le gouvernement ne valorise pas la cotisation des communautés francophones en Alberta.
The Honourable the Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite, I think, needs to do a little bit more work and get some of the facts straight. The government of Alberta does not provide direct operational funding to Campus St. Jean. The government of Alberta provides operational funding to the University of Alberta, and the University of Alberta, of course, makes the operational decisions with respect to its individual campuses and its individual faculties. And we are working very closely with the French-Canadian Association of Alberta and as well the Campus St. Jean and the University of Alberta to work through this situation, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Oui, c'est pas vrai. Campus St. Jean est la seule institution de langue française en Alberta où il demande à sauter 40% depuis 2014. L'histoire américaine française ont dit que forcer les réductions énormes comme le UCP sont en train de faire va compromettre l'existence de la faculté Campus St. Jean. Est-ce que le premier ministre de l'Alberta va soutenir la communauté francophone d'Alberta et inverser les réductions avant que c'est trop tard?
The Honourable the Premier.
Monsieur le Président, à nouveau, comme le ministre a dit, le gouvernement ne décide pas le budget du campus Saint-Jean, c'est décidé par l'Université de l'Alberta. Évidemment, nous exigeons des économies de toutes les institutions postsecondaires qui dépensent beaucoup plus que les autres institutions postsecondaires partout au Canada parce que nous faisons face à une crise fiscale en Alberta. Mais c'est tellement important pour ce gouvernement de continuer les services en français, y compris celles postsecondaires à campus Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 21st, Grant Thornton's Financial Cost Management and Governance Review of the Calgary Board of Education was released. Given that our government is committed to ensuring school boards provide high-quality educational programming to their students, and given that Albertans are spending record amounts on education, can the Minister of Education explain why she felt the CBE warranted a third-party review and touch on some of the key findings and areas of concern identified by this review?
The Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. The reality is, regardless of whether it was the PCs, the NDP, or the UCP in government, this board has a systemic inability to prioritize the students. One of the most notable concerns in the audit is that the CBE's board places more of an emphasis on protecting themselves than on focusing on their broader mission of supporting our students. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable, and the CBE has 6 months to get their house in order.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Calgary Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Given that the report on the CBE made 19 recommendations on areas including board procedures, governance practices and decision-making, effectiveness of financial management and internal control processes, funding and allocation of resources, control of public information and specific cost centres, can the Minister comment on some of the key recommendations made in this report?
Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, the member is correct. I have issued 19 recommendations that the CBE must fulfill. I believe that all are equally important, but for the sake of this House, I want to highlight the need for the CBE to hire a governance instructor. There are systemic issues plaguing the CBE, including a significant lack of trust that led to the resignation of one of their board members. By hiring a governance instructor, the CBE will have an opportunity to work with them to sort out their priorities and ensure that they start putting our students first. The ball is in their court.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again, Minister. Given that on May 21st, the Minister also issued a ministerial order directing the CBE to improve its governance and financial management by implementing the 19 recommendations contained in the report, can the Minister comment on further actions that she is considering and that may be taken if the board is unable or unwilling to prioritize students by implementing these recommendations by November 30th?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I want to be crystal clear. The CBE has 6 months to get their house. This is a fair and reasonable timeline for the CBE to fulfill all of the 19 recommendations. If the CBE is unwilling or unable to prioritize their students and implement these recommendations, I will be left with no other choice but to dissolve their Board of Trustees.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Glenora has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Education continues to dismantle supports for students with special needs. As school districts begin passing their budgets, we see the true impact of the UCP's heartless cuts. Calgary Public Schools are collapsing their special needs early education programs from 16 locations to only 3. That means long bus rides to and from school, struggling families getting less support, and it looks like this will be the end to inclusive education. Why did this minister cut funding for kids with special needs, destroying decades of progress towards truly inclusive education?
The Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. This is absolutely not so. Program unit funding remains as a vital part of our new funding model, and the kindergarten students that have special needs continue to receive supports under the new Specialized Learning Supports Grant. We continue to recognize the importance of early intervention, and Alberta continues to have the earliest intervention program in all of Canada, supporting children 2 years of age and 8 months. Under the old model, students saw a decline in their supports as their education progressed to the higher grades. This does not happen in the new model.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Given that cutting supports from 6-year-olds to instead cutting supports for 5-year-olds makes no defense and no logic in my mind, Mr. Speaker. Given that this minister loves to pass the buck in Calgary, let's talk about Edmonton Catholic. Edmonton Catholic is collapsing their 100 Voices program from 63 locations to only 9, Mr. Speaker. Given that these are real cuts, they're affecting 850 students and their families. The minister's talking points aren't changing reality, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister stand up and finally admit to these families that she's cutting supports for students with special needs? We all know it. Just admit it.
The Honourable, the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that our changes closes the gap, ensuring that no child will fall through the cracks as they transition from kindergarten to grade 1. Eligibility for PUF has not changed, and the funding cap remains at $25,000 per student. Students with severe learning delays will continue to receive the funding that they need at the same level as they do today. All students with special needs will receive supports.
The honourable member for Edmonton going up.
It's way less of them, Mr. Speaker. So given that these cuts are just the beginning of the attack on funding for our youngest learners with special needs, cutting wraparound services like allied health supports in schools, Mr. Speaker, and other supports that make inclusive learning possible, and given that families understand that this government and this education minister are destroying inclusive education, not the school districts that she keeps trying to blame, Mr. Speaker, will the minister drop the spin for once and admit that students with special needs are the target of many of her cuts and reverse them immediately?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, as a former rehabilitative practitioner who also had a brother who was born with Down syndrome, I totally understand the value of early intervention. And what I have said all along is that we are going to continue to support our most vulnerable in our schools, including with PUF funding and the specialized learning supports grants. Thank you.
Order. The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre is the only one with the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, on February 3rd, the government released the Ernst & Young Performance Review of AHS. It's a 220-page plan to tear down the public health care system that served Albertans so well through this pandemic and replace it with a much more American-style system like that which has failed our neighbours to the south so badly. But regardless of one's opinion of the report, the government gave AHS 100 days to come up with an implementation plan. I imagine the pandemic may have caused some delay. We're seeking clarification. Has the government received the AHS plan, and on what date will that plan be released to the public?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, here we are in the middle of a global pandemic, and we've been spending months responding to this pandemic. And here in question period today, we have 2 questions on this pandemic. And instead, the honourable critic is using his time, his 35 seconds, to say things that are completely untrue. We campaigned on working with AHS to do a performance review, and we did that throughout 2019. And it was our ability to work with AHS to make them a higher performer, because we know that high performers are going to be more cost effective. And this is our way of working with AHS, and AHS was happy to have this review and happy to receive the recommendations, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, given that the question was when will the report be released, I'd appreciate if the minister would answer it. And given that on page 98, the report calls for 77 emergency departments to be considered for closure. And given that the Premier has been busy chasing dozens of rural doctors out of emergency rooms in communities like Sundre, Stettler, Rocky Mountain House, and Pincher Creek, will the government abandon this idea? And if not, when will it table its plan to reclassify and consolidate rural ERs and emergency services? And let us know which communities will be seeing reduced hours or loss of services.
The Minister of Health.
So, Mr. Speaker, we have not yet received the report. The report was due to come back to us. Not a report, but an implementation plan. So after the report was received by the end of 2019, AHS was given until May 13th to be able to provide their implementation plan to us. That was delayed because of the response to COVID, and AHS needed to take the time to worry about how many hospital beds we had dedicated to COVID rather than the implementation plan. So the plan is due to us on August 13th, Mr. Speaker, but again, we hear the honourable member say things that are not correct at all. And I would note, by the way, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister for that answer. Given that the Ernst & Young report also calls for the mass privatization of continuing care facilities that are currently owned and operated by AHS, and given that not only here in Alberta but across Canada, we've seen far more COVID-19 outbreaks and far more severe outbreaks in private facilities than public ones, will the member opposite commit today to abandoning this awful plan to trade Alberta's seniors' health and safety and sell it to the highest bidder for one-time cash to put on the government's books?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, again, let's talk about facts. So the report came back and recommended that the 20% of our beds in continuing care, these are the beds that are operated by AHS and by Covenant, that they're the 2 subsidiaries of AHS, Capital Care and as well Care West, that at AHS at least look into whether or not this should be something that was sold from AHS. We're waiting for AHS to do that work, for them to look at that recommendation and come back to us with their recommendation on whether or not that should be something that they proceed with, Mr. Speaker. We look forward to that report.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albertans' efforts in adhering to public health guidelines have helped limit the spread of COVID-19 and flatten the curve of infection in our province. Because of their efforts, we've been able to start gradually reopening the economy, which is welcome news to many Albertans. Further, Alberta business owners and employers play a significant and important role in the success of our relaunch. However, some businesses may need additional guidance to navigate this unprecedented reality they face. To the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism, what resources are available to businesses that are unsure of their requirements and may be worried about the potential consequences of an oversight in their operations?
The Honourable, the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Grand Prairie for the question. Our government launched BizConnect, a website that has a variety of resources available to businesses as part of relaunch, including general workplace and sector-specific guidelines for every industry that is able to open as part of Stage 1. We also have a constantly updated commonly asked questions section on the website and have provided a link for businesses to submit questions if they continue to be unsure after reviewing the guidelines.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that employee and customer safety is a top priority for employers and small business owners across our province, and given that the Canadian Federation of Independent Business found that 53% of businesses want assurance that it is safe to both work and shop again, further given that the BizConnect email has been overwhelmed with questions and requests for clarification from business owners, to the same Minister, what plans does your ministry have in place to ensure regular communications with businesses regarding safety and risk level as they operate during the COVID-19 pandemic, and where can businesses connect with assistance if they have an urgent issue that requires immediate attention?
The Honourable, the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to the member for her question. I have participated in, moderated, and spoken in roundtables and town halls attended by thousands of businesses since we announced our relaunch. As part of the upcoming Stage 2 of relaunch, I am continuing to reach out to businesses and industries to keep them updated and seek their input. As for the BizConnect website, we have more than doubled the amount of staff responding to questions on the website in order to address the high demand, and we expect to have all inquiries answered soon.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that physical distancing requirements of 2 meters between people continue to be in place, and given that some businesses in Phase 1 of our relaunch, like dentists or hairdressers, need to work in closer proximity to their clients in order to provide the service, which further underscores their need for personal protective equipment such as face masks, and further given that some businesses are operating with reduced cash flow and reduced capacity that may not be able to afford the PPE or source adequate supply. To the same Minister, does the Ministry have any recommendations for these businesses to ensure timely procurement and affordable PPE?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and once again, thank you to the member for her question. The BizConnect website contains guidelines for the use of PPE, both for specific sectors and in the general workplace. It also has links to PPE suppliers, which provides businesses with a centralized location to order PPE for their business. What is most important for businesses to remember is that ultimately ensuring physical distancing within their locations and ensuring proper sanitation takes place is the most important step that must be taken to ensure safety.
Member for Calgary Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of the recent flooding in Fort McMurray and increased water levels in the Elbow River, protections against flood disasters are top of mind for many Albertans, including myself. Several of my constituents in Calgary Curry have expressed concern over the preparedness of the City of Calgary and honestly our government to respond to flooding. So, can the Minister of Environment and Parks please update this House, my constituents and all Calgarians, on the status of the Calgary flood resiliency upgrades?
The Minister of Environment and Parks.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've committed $69 million to the City of Calgary through the Alberta Community Resilience Program to complete high-priority projects, including the downtown and Bonnie Brook wastewater treatment plant flood barriers, the Sunnyside stormwater project, the separation projects, and the upgrades to the Glenmore Dam. We are stepping back and having a look at how far we've went with flood mitigation and where the next work should take place. However, to ensure the approved projects can see their way through to completion, Budget 2020 includes $10 million in the ACRP program for Calgary alone in this coming fiscal year.
Member for Calgary Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Approval for projects at any level of government can take time, and there are often many regulatory loopholes that projects have to jump through, especially at the federal level, given that there is an obvious need to build flood protection infrastructure in Alberta and to preserve integrity of our rivers and our waterways. To the same minister, what is our government doing to advocate for the Springbank Reservoir project to ensure it gets federal approval and finally gets built?
The Minister of Environment and Parks.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the province remains committed to building the Springbank Dam. We have appointed an independent expert to assess the regulatory process and provide regulators with the information that they need. We are also undertaking significant consultation with First Nation and Indigenous communities, as well as the City of Calgary and the County of Rockyview. Mr. Speaker, it's a complex process, as the honourable member said, but this government is working hard on that, Mr. Speaker, and we can assure Albertans through you to Albertans, Mr. Speaker, that unlike the NDP, we won't fail at the process. We'll continue to work hard and get it done.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that high-priority flood mitigation projects are important to Calgarians, especially after the devastating 2013 Calgary flood, and given that certain projects such as the Springbank Off-Stream Reservoir are caught in a boondoggle of federal decision-making or lack thereof, to the same minister, what is being done to keep Calgarians safe from flooding before the Springbank Reservoir project gets federal approval and is built, or in the event that perhaps federal approval is never even given?
The Minister of Environment and Parks.
Flood resilience continues to be a top priority of this government, in addition to the provincial grants I already talked about earlier, as well as the new higher gates on the Glenmore Dam in the city for the City of Calgary. The province is continuing with its plans to build, of course, the Springbank Dam. Mr. Speaker, we're also moving forward with assessing the feasibility of a dam and water storage on the Bow River going forward. And just recently, we've provided the City of Calgary with updated flood maps to continue to work together, province and the city, to be able to protect the people of Calgary and southern Alberta when it comes to floods.
Honourable members, in 30 seconds or less, we will return to member statements. But before we do that, a very happy 40th birthday to the Honourable, the Government House Leader.
No singing. Ready? Yeah? I'm excited to figure out this one.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview has a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Physical distancing is keeping us safe from the deadly coronavirus. However, social isolation is a significant problem for seniors at the best of times. Many seniors are unable to receive the supports they once did and engage in the activities that they enjoyed. Inclusion and social connectedness are key to good health. Albertans with robust networks of social and community support have better physical and mental health outcomes. Sadly, about a quarter of seniors report they don't have someone to count on. Socially isolated seniors have an increased risk of cognitive decline, depression, anxiety, suicide, falls, increased blood pressure, and cardiovascular disease. They also experience a reduced quality of life and well-being. There is a way to mitigate these negative outcomes, especially during the pandemic. Supporting seniors to have access to the internet, as well as devices such as iPads, is essential to being connected to loved ones. Being able to see friends and family goes a long way to creating a sense of belonging and inclusion. Seeing a grandson play, chatting with friends, and problem-solving an issue with a compassionate loved one is a much richer experience with both visual and auditory aspects. Many seniors have the access to the technology I'm talking about, and they're better able to manage their well-being during the pandemic. However, other seniors, about 25%, do not have this due to limited financial resources. In 2020, all citizens, and certainly seniors, have a right to this access. So much of our world is online that if we don't have access, we're missing out on a lot. Being included is a key element of connection with society. This connection enhances our well-being. It is time for the UCP to include funding for internet and devices for all seniors. The Ministry of Seniors and Housing has a special needs assistance program which funds many needed supplies for seniors. However, eligibility for funding does not include these devices.
The Honourable Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to rise today to commemorate National Tourism Week. Alberta is blessed to encompass some of the most beautiful lands on the planet. There are many places that support a tourism industry, but there are few to whom it comes so naturally. While most locations pride their tourism industry on infrastructure, skyscrapers, shopping malls, museums, or other man-made attractions, here in Alberta, our tourism industry is founded on the mere existence of our natural, God-given beauty. Being the MLA for Banff Kananaskis, I know this full well. Between Banff, Canmore, Lake Louise, and Kananaskis country, my riding welcomes millions of tourists every year. In fact, these towns welcome more tourists every day than they have permanent residents living within. Individuals, families, and dogs of every breed travel from near and far to witness firsthand the breathtaking scenery of the Rockies. Looking at the numbers, tourism contributed 127,000 jobs to Alberta's economy, from 19,000 local tourism businesses and over $8.5 billion in visitor expenditures. Tourism is an industry we should all be proud of. COVID-19 has brought with it unparalleled difficulties. We've seen a loss of business and an economic downturn that rivals the Great Depression. The tourism industry has been disproportionately affected. This summer, we won't see an influx of international travelers, and instead we'll need to rely on showcasing Alberta's beauty to our own citizens as we plan staycations. We'll remind each other that Alberta is our home, but it's also a province filled with wonder. So whether you celebrate from the mountaintops of Banff or the Badlands of Medicine Hat, gazing up at the Northern Lights in Peace River or down at the fish below in Lake Minnewanka, from the Nigayuko Japanese Gardens or standing in the mouth of the Big Dinosaur, I hope that all members of this Assembly can join me today in honouring Alberta's vibrant tourism industry and the thousands of workers, employers, small business owners, and entrepreneurs who support it. This year, more than ever, Alberta's tourism industry needs your support.
All right, Shannon, what's a good time to roll?
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give notice of Government Motion 21 to be put on the order paper in my name that says I rise to give, well, I already did that, Mr. Speaker. Be it resolved that despite Standing Order 13.7, 16, and 32.4b, for the duration of the spring sitting of the second session of the 30th Legislature, and to allow for the appropriate physical distancing within the chamber during that time, all members may sit, speak, and vote in any seat that has not been assigned to them, provided that they immediately relinquish that seat on the request of A, the member who has been assigned that seat, or the Speaker, and B, be it further resolved that this motion take effect immediately upon passage. Good.
Introduction of bills.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation on behalf of the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to request leave to introduce Bill 7, the Responsible Energy Development Amendment Act, on behalf of the Honourable Minister of Energy. This legislation helps deliver on our government's promise to ensure that energy development in our province occurs in an efficient and environmentally responsible manner. It is vital for our government to restore predictability to the regulatory process without sacrificing rigor. If passed, Bill 7 will strengthen the accountability of Alberta Energy Regulations application process by providing government with the authority to establish maximum timelines for the regulator to complete necessary reviews. Our government has consistently heard concerns from industry stakeholders about existing timelines and processes. These unnecessary delays leave industry searching for answers, Mr. Speaker, and discourages investment in the province, something we can ill afford at a time like this. At the same time, this legislation will also help ensure the AER fulfills its obligations regarding fulsome consultation. It will help increase predictability across the review process, including for industry, Indigenous communities, and other Albertans participating in AER-led consultations. Bill 7 will be an important step towards enhancing our reputation as a leader in predictable and effective regulation. Mr. Speaker, this legislation will provide greater clarity and stability to our investment climate, which in turn will help attract much-needed new investment and further our province's economic recovery efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the Minister of Transportation has moved on behalf of the Minister of Energy first reading of the Responsible Energy Development Amendment Act 2020. All those in favor of the first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 7, Responsible Energy Development Amendment Act 2020 is now read a first time. Tabling returns and reports.
Honourable members, are there tablings? Seeing none, unless the Honourable Member for Drayton Valley Devon. Seeing none, I do have 3 tablings today. I have the requisite 6 copies of the following memo from the Government House Leader, a memo regarding the revised 2020 sessional calendar dates received in the Clerk's office on May 20th, 2020. From the Clerk, a memo with the revised sessional calendar sent to all members May 20th at 5:10 p.m. with the calendar as enclosed. And a memorandum from my office, also dated May 20th, to all members regarding the resumption of sitting with the revised projected sitting day calendar for May 27th to July 2020.
Tablings to the Clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following documents were deposited with the Office of the Clerk on behalf of Honourable Mr. Copping, Minister of Labour and Immigration, pursuant to the Agrology Profession Act, Alberta Institute of Agrologists 2019 Annual General Meeting Report, pursuant to Engineering and Geoscience Professions Act, Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists of Alberta 2019 Annual Report.
Honourable members, we are at points of order, and at 2:06, the Honourable Opposition Deputy House Leader raised a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin as well by wishing the Honourable Government House Leader a happy 40th birthday, since I have rarely met an individual who seems to enjoy a good argument quite as much. I will consider this my birthday present. So, Mr. Speaker, the point of order was called on the words "support the falsehood." I think much ink and much speaking has been spilled in this place on the difference between lie and liar, or saying that something is a lie versus saying that an individual is a liar. I feel like support the falsehood definitely seems to be walking that line. So to set the context around this particular situation, this was on the third response to the third question, and it was my question, and I had responded to the second response, which is the Government House Leader, who I believe is very familiar with the procedure in this place, had indicated that it would be somehow an interference for a minister or premier to be called before a committee as a guest or a witness. I don't think that's the case. I think we see that all the time, and in fact, in estimates, it occurs quite regularly prior to the government having changed that process, which actually was not an interference. It was a very open and transparent process. And so I do intend still to invite the Honourable Premier to appear at that committee. I hope that he accepts my invitation. For reasons that I am obviously not permitted to mention in this place, the Premier did not have the opportunity to address Bill 22 in this place or at all in the media during the time which it was on the floor. And Bill 22, of course, being that bill which, in addition to relieving some folks of their pension, also fired the Elections Commissioner. And so I certainly don't think that was a falsehood. The remainder of the question, Mr. Speaker, just so we understand the context, was about the rule of law. Specifically, it is, in my view, a concern that the rule of law has been violated in this case, and the bill is intended to address that. Now, certainly the Honourable Government House Leader has waxed philosophical about the decision of the Ethics Commissioner, which is true. But in this place, it is the work of bodies such as this, the legislative body, to write laws. And in instances in which something which is mischief, something which upsets the public greatly, and clearly in this case the firing of the Election Commissioner did upset the public greatly, and did upset a number of members of the legal community greatly, I think that that is an instance in which if that mischief, if something that we all look at and say that act was wrong, is not caught by the legislation, then it is our job as members in this place to alter the legislation so that that mischief is in fact caught. And that is exactly, in this instance, what the bill intends to do. And so the question was about that bill.
Know that Beauchesne's 494 would prevent a member for continuing debate through the use of a point of order. Sounds to me like that might be happening right now, but I'll allow you to get back to the point of order.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I am perhaps simply anticipating what it is the government House Leader is about to present. I anticipate that he is about to present findings from the Ethics Commissioner, and what I am simply trying to circumvent is his attempt to put forward an argument that somehow makes it okay for him to refer to the statements I made or refer to me specifically as supporting falsehoods in this place. Thank you.
I also anticipate that the ongoing debate will take place in this point of order, which of course would not be the proper use of the point of order, but let's give the official or the government House Leader his birthday gift with the opportunity to continue that debate.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will refer briefly to the Ethics Commissioner's ruling, but not in the context that the honourable member or the Deputy House Leader of the Opposition seems to be referring to. My answers to the questions to her during that process were in regards to the fact that, in fact, let me back up, Mr. Speaker, even in her point of order argument, she continued to present to the chamber that some sort of mischief, I believe was the word that she used, had taken place, or some sort of inappropriate process had taken place. And Mr. Speaker, I will just point out again that the official opposition did submit to the Ethics Commissioner several serious allegations, which are not up for debate today. I would agree with you on that. But the Ethics Commissioner did report back that 50 out of the 62 members of the NDP made serious allegations against, had never even had any interactions whatsoever with the Election Commissioner, and certainly should not have been dragged through the mud during this process. And then of the remaining members, she says, that did have some interaction with the Election Commissioner before that bill was introduced, all were for insignificant matters, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that the Ethics Commissioner also reported on several other reports to my point during that question. And I'll just use her words and then move on with the rest of the point of order. She says at the conclusion of another, from my perspective, frivolous investigation that was brought forward against the Honourable Member for Calgary-Lougheed, she says at the end of that, after she cleared that individual, she then goes on to say as well, given that Alberta is having a general election within the next year, I want to make it clear that I do not want members filing complaints against other members for purposes of scoring political points, Mr. Speaker. And my point during the question, it's unfortunate the NDP continues that behaviour, was one, and two, that by in any way saying that a member of this chamber, a member of the government, had done something inappropriate when it came to Bill 22, as she continues to allege inside the chamber, that was a falsehood because the Ethics Commissioner has already cleared those members, Mr. Speaker. I also do not have the benefit of the Blues. But my recollection is I was referring to the NDP in general and not specifically to the honourable member. But the honourable member is right. I am fairly familiar with procedure in this place. It would not be my intention to call the honourable member a liar, but to point out the falsehoods. In fact, Mr. Speaker, even if I thought she was lying, it would not be my intention to call her a liar, but to point out that the falsehoods of those allegations have already been proven false, Mr. Speaker. You have the benefits of the Blues. If I in any way directly referred to the honourable member in a way that was lying, I will trust your judgment and be happy to withdraw that comment, Mr. Speaker. But my point again is the NDP should stop with their frivolous investigations and allow the chamber to move forward.
I appreciate you making the point. That's very clearly ongoing continuation of debate. I might just say that what I think we have here is a dispute of the facts around whether or not what was said or what isn't said is a falsehood. I have provided caution in the past with respect to the use of the word falsehood, and the context of it may in fact be unparliamentary. I would agree with the Honourable Government House Leader that that was not his intention. However, he did say the honourable member continues to bring forward the falsehood, in which case I'm not sure that he needs to apologize, but he has said that he would, so he can do so now.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I did say I apologize, but I did say we withdraw. But I'm also happy to apologize if my question answer in any way applied that the honourable member was not telling the truth, and happy to withdraw that comment.
Honourable members, I consider the matter dealt with and concluded, and as a result, we are at orders of the day, orders du jour. Honourable members, according to Government Motion 19 that was passed earlier today, we are in the middle of a debate on COVID-19, and there are a number of officials who have been invited into the chamber. So I would just ask for a brief set of patience from members as we get the officials situated, and we will proceed with the remaining 26 minutes that is allotted to the Minister of Health. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In anticipation, as we work through the COVID-19 debate process, my sense from the opposition is that they would be in agreement with this, and I would like to test the House to see if I could receive consent from the chamber for us to proceed past our normal closing time of 6:00 p.m. tonight until the end of the COVID-19 debate.
For clarity's sake, Honourable Government House Leader, the request that you're asking for is only to proceed past 6 o'clock to complete the COVID debate. We would not go to any other form of debate past 6 o'clock other than the COVID debate?
That is 100% the request that I'm asking of the chamber.
Honourable members, having heard the request for unanimous consent as offered by the Honourable Government House Leader, I will ask only one question. Is there anyone opposed? If so, please indicate so now. Hearing none, unanimous consent is granted. We are back on the COVID debate. There's 26 minutes remaining based upon the Honourable Minister of Health's statement that he provided, and I will offer the opportunity to the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre to ask a question. Might be your birthday, sir, but you're taking some liberties. I'm just teasing. Every member only has up to 2 minutes to speak at a time. There's 26 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member for the Official Opposition will have his question, followed by a private member of the Government Caucus. The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to start with discussing some issues around continuing care with COVID-19. Now, the single site staffing rule, now that was first announced that it would be put in place. That was announced on April 10th to begin on April 23rd. It was then put on hold on April 22nd, and to the best of my knowledge, we still have not seen the full implementation of that single site rule. Now, I recognize that the minister has mentioned several times that that's been 95% compliance on that, but recognizing that AUPE, for example, represents 13,000 HCAs across the province of Alberta. By those numbers alone, 95% compliance still means hundreds of workers that could still be working at multiple sites. So my question to the minister is, can you clarify, according to your own numbers, your own knowledge, how many care workers are in fact still working at multiple sites?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As far as we are aware, Madam Speaker, that the number is 100% as of today. So that's our understanding. Happy to, thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member.
Minister. Just to clarify then, so you believe you're at about 100% compliance based on that. What is that based on? Is that based on reporting from the facilities, reporting from the unions, or how has that information been acquired?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it's reporting from within our own ministry. So we have all the employees in our own database. And so it's our own numbers from what we see in our own database, all the employees that are in the continuing care spectrum. So that would be the folks who are everyone from long-term care, the DSL4s, Madam Speaker, who are in these contracted facilities are in our database, and that's our understanding then from our own numbers.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate that clarification. Continuing on questions around continuing care. So we know that roughly about 75% of all of our COVID fatalities so far have been in continuing care facilities. So I think that is something of reasonable concern to Albertans. I appreciate the clarification that was given earlier today that you intend to broaden the review of the Continuing Care Acts and the other attending pieces of legislation and regulation. Could you give us some clarity, I guess, as to will this simply then just be a small addendum to that review? Will there be a specific focus simply on the COVID-19 response, and will that be a clearly separate section of the report or simply something that the committee may touch on?
Honourable members, there's about 22 minutes left and 23 minutes left in this exchange. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So the answer is that we definitely did, even before we decided to expand the scope of the review to include the system as a whole, and but we definitely did know even during our response to the pandemic, once it began in March and April, that we knew that we wanted to use this as an opportunity for us to learn from what has happened in our response to the pandemic in our continuing care facilities. And so definitely, and as well, I've spoken to the ministry and as well the Honourable Member for Calgary-Fish Creek on our opportunities to be able to work with those within the system to learn from our response to the pandemic and what we can do to be able to best protect the most vulnerable Albertans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I can assure then, I guess, our members from the official opposition that have the opportunity to participate in that committee will certainly then look for the opportunity to have some specific focus on the response to COVID-19 and to call appropriate witnesses and folks to help provide perspective on that. Now, I just wanted to follow up, Minister, on your recent announcement of $172 million to help enhance staffing, provide more cleaning supplies, and address lost accommodation revenue at long-term care facilities, designated supportive living facilities, and seniors' lodges across Alberta. You indicated this would break down to about $14.2 million a month. Can you provide some detail on how you'll be calculating the amounts that will go to each specific facility? Will that be based on their numbers of current staff, numbers of staff vacancies, numbers of residents, or the overall capacity of the facility? Can you give us a sense of how those transfers will be calculated?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe just to clarify, the review began in 2019. So it is there is a committee that's already been appointed by the ministry, and so they've already begun their work starting in 2019. We have asked a government member to chair it, and that is the member for Calgary-Fish Creek. But I'm sure that honourable member will be very happy to sit down with the honourable member for Edmonton City Centre to be able to get his submissions as well, or that of his caucus, Madam Speaker. So when it comes to the specifics about the how the 170 is going to be distributed to these to our contracted facilities throughout the system, it is on the basis of, well, first of all, the needs of each of these sites. So they have let us know that the PPE that they purchased, and for us to be able to help them, the PPE that they would have purchased on their own as they were starting to begin our response to the pandemic and their response to the pandemic in all of these sites. And so it starts with the PPE, it starts with their needs regarding staffing levels and the cleaning supplies that are needed for these facilities to be able to meet the guidelines and the orders that were provided by the Chief Medical Officer of Health. And so it's on a needs basis. They're working with the ministry and advising us about what each of these sites would have had in their cost pressures, and it will be on that basis we'll be providing that reimbursement, or not that reimbursement, but the further funding to each of these 300 sites that are contracted in our continuing care system, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Thank you to the Minister for providing many of these helpful answers. I would just like to ask briefly, maybe if I could get his comments with regards to the modeling that was used as we began to approach the entire COVID reality. Many people have felt like it was very different than the reality that it turned out. And of course, models, even the scaled back ones, have been quite far removed from what actually occurred. And models are in reality 100% predetermined by the data that's fed into them in the input. So many constituents have questioned those models to me, and I think it's led to somewhat of a loss of confidence, maybe even moral authority and the credibility of government and of officials when the models are so far out of touch with what actually happened. And in some respects, I think it has led to fear on the part of some people. Others, quite tragically, I think it's contributed to conspiracy theories. And for sure, it's created a great deal of economic and social pain that has been sort of exercised as a consequence of some of these models. And so I guess my question is, how can we ensure that the models in the future will be a little bit more realistic to what actually should happen or will happen, and what can be done to reduce the growing sentiment that future models will not be believable and therefore government will not be trustable? And that's my real concern, I guess. How do we ensure the credibility and the moral authority of government in relation to models and the decisions that are made consequential to those models? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say this, look, we're in the middle of a pandemic that none of us have ever seen before, and a virus that none of us have seen before, including many of the medical and health professionals who are helping us with our response. In developing a model, which we asked the ministry to develop at the beginning of our response in I guess may have been mid-March, as we worked on developing this model. It did require a lot of different questions to be answered. And so just to use that as an example, how many days would a patient have to be staying in an ICU? How many days would a patient have to be in an acute care bed for us to be able to determine what is the capacity that we're going to need? How many people are going to be as sick as we didn't know would actually be the case here in Alberta. So we started, as we tried to answer well over 100 different questions, we tried to start with the data that we had coming out of China. Because that's where the data was at the time, at the very beginning of our response to the pandemic. And then as the epicenters of COVID started moving west and went into Europe and then even finally into Canada, we started getting better and better data that we could use to develop the different scenarios that we had, the probable, the elevated, and then the reduced probable as well. And so as we got data coming to Alberta, we saw Albertans responding to the pandemic much quicker, and I think that actually saved us. Dr. Hinshaw has said many times at our press conferences that if we had, or Albertans had not responded as quickly as maybe even another province in Canada like Ontario, like Quebec, we would have seen our probable or elevated scenario. So it's actually because the health measures worked that we saw the reduced numbers that happened actually in Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to talk a bit about Bill 10, which was a bill brought forward by this minister to address issues under the COVID-19 pandemic. So when we had the debate on Bill 10, we said clearly we felt the bill was unconstitutional and undemocratic, and since then the government's been sued because of its unconstitutional nature by one organization and another. Samara, a leading voice for good governance in Canada, has defined it as a poster child of government overreach during the pandemic. Now, we know the Premier has said it will be modified at some point, but I want to know about your decision-making process, Minister, as this is your bill. So my first question: during our technical briefing with officials, we asked them point blank whether in their professional advice this bill was constitutional and whether it infringed on the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Your officials refused to answer, invoking solicitor-client privilege. We then asked your ministerial staff, who could waive that privilege, whether the advice from officials told you this bill violated the Charter. Your staff froze. They wouldn't answer, and then promised to follow up in writing, and when they did, they invoked solicitor-client privilege. So here we are in this House. And so I want to ask you, the minister responsible, and the client who received the legal advice in question, did you ever, in any way, shape, or form, get advice from officials that Bill 10 was potentially unconstitutional and against the Charter of Rights and Freedoms?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer is no. Look, Mr. Speaker, let's talk facts. Let's talk about Bill 10. Bill 10 did not substantially add any new powers to the government. That the concerns that many Albertans have had that arise from our response to the pandemic arise from, for the first time, this province having to declare a public health emergency. This has not happened before. There's a Part 2 that is communicable diseases in the Public Health Act. So Part 2, most people don't pay attention to Part 2 of the Public Health Act at all. And many of the powers that are included in Part 2 and in the Public Health Act, that a lot of Albertans finally, when we did declare a public health emergency and they became aware of what was in the Public Health Act, some of those concerns that Albertans had with those sections in the Public Health Act stem from even before the Spanish flu. That some of these sections date back to even 1910, Madam Speaker. So the clarification that we provided in Bill 10 was actually on the advice of our of the lawyers in the ministry who provided us with the advice, and it was actually on that advice that we proceeded with this. This very minor change, but we do take the feedback of Albertans that they have the concern of what's in the Public Health Act, and in particular in the communicable diseases part, in Part 2. And that's why Premier has announced that there would be a select special committee of this legislature, an all-party committee for folks to be able to review in its entirety the Public Health Act, and to be able to bring in witnesses and be able to report back to this legislature on any future changes that this legislature and that committee may be recommending this legislature make. And we look forward to being able to proceed with that committee being struck and those folks getting on with their work. Madam Speaker.
Members wishing to speak. The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your perspective on that. So if I understand what you're saying that lawyers within the Ministry of Health came to you and said that all of the changes which you put forward in this bill, including the change which took it from merely allowing you, well, I shouldn't say merely, it's a pretty significant power you already had, to amend or change any existing law, that they came to you and said that you needed to change that to allow yourself to have the power, and indeed any minister to have the power, to create entirely new legislation without ever setting foot in this House, simply by a stroke of your pen, which is what outside legal opinion has said is precisely what that bill does. So you are saying that that was a suggestion that was brought to you by your department and that you would not have proceeded with this if they had not suggested to you that needed to be done. And perhaps while you're answering that, Minister, you can clarify for us what precisely you have been able to do or that you needed to do that you were not able to do, or perhaps that your lawyers came to you and recommended that you needed to do or would need to be able to do that you currently were not enabled to do by that specific piece of the legislation, not the other broader pieces that you spoke about from previous pandemics and that sort of thing. Let's be clear about this very specific issue, which again is not the conspiracy theories and other things which I have seen about this bill, and I agree are entirely false. There's nothing in here that provides for you to be able to force people to get vaccinated or anything along those lines. But you are facing a constitutional challenge specifically on this piece. So can you clarify? That's in fact what you were instructed that you needed to do by lawyers within your department, and why specifically, what did you need to accomplish by giving that power to yourself?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify, first of all, that it was not advice from my ministry. It was advice by lawyers who are embedded in the ministry, but they are lawyers who work for the Justice Minister and Solicitor General. They are within JSG. They report to that minister, not to me, but we all, every ministry has lawyers from JSG who are embedded within each of our ministries, and those lawyers did work with us. They pointed out to us that what the Act previously said, it was that in a public health emergency, that a ministerial order could either delete or modify. And look, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, modify. You can't modify a clause without actually changing something and adding something. So words have to be added to modify it. So my interpretation actually was at that time that modify implicitly includes adding. But the advice of those lawyers was that to make it more clear, to be able to make it more clear, and quite frankly, so that some of the ministerial orders that we actually even proceeded with before Bill 10 actually passed in this legislature actually needed to add to legislation for that legislation to be amended. And I would use, as an example, within my own ministry, there would be Ministerial Order 625. And that was on April 17th. And that one in particular amends Section 52.6 sub 1 of the Public Health Act, such that there would be legislated employment protections for individuals who are required to be absent pursuant to Order 10 from the Chief Medical Officer of Health, from the threat of termination or restriction.
See the honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wonder if the minister could clarify. I think it would be helpful for Albertans. Understand that the medical emergency expires after 90 days or has a legal life of 90 days. At the end of that time, how would things change for Albertans, and what measures would cease to exist, and what would be appropriate for Albertans to continue to practice and expect once those emergency measures are withdrawn? So just clarify what happens when those emergency measures are withdrawn, and what authorities and regulations cease to exist at that point in time. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Health.
I'm going to come back to that one. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member, if I can come back to your question and maybe just finish with the previous honourable member's question. I'd also point out that there were ministerial orders that did amend legislation very quickly, especially at the beginning of our response to the pandemic, as we were, as the honourable member and you yourself, Madam Speaker, will remember, in March we were quite worried about whether we would soon be unable to sit in this legislature. We had a number of Albertans who were unable to go to work. We had a number of businesses that were having to close as a response to the pandemic. And there were a lot of tenants throughout the province who were unable to be able to pay for their rent. So we had to take measures to be able to protect those tenants. And that also included a ministerial order from one of my colleagues, the honourable member, honourable minister of Service Alberta. So those are some of the examples, Madam Speaker, that wouldn't, if somebody took an interpretation of the Public Health Act that prohibited the word modify from including add, that many of these measures that we took to protect Albertans wouldn't have been permitted to actually protect those Albertans throughout this pandemic. I'm not sure how much time I've left, but I would say to the honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka, Madam Speaker, that we do have some options to be able to continue to take care and protect the well-being of Albertans if the public health emergency is terminated on June 15th, as the honourable member notes, that there would be 90 days. I think that would take us to August 15th, then many of these orders would be terminating. So all the CO chief MOH orders would continue until they're rescinded. She can continue to issue orders under Section...
See the honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister a few questions about the Sprung facility. Now, the Sprung Pandemic Response Facility, I was wondering, Minister, could you give us some clarification on how that project came about? Did AHS go out and solicit donations for temporary structures, or did Sprung make an unsolicited offer which you decided to take up? And along with that, could you clarify then, at this point, how many patients have been treated at that facility? And let's start there. So how that came about, how many patients have been treated?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And my memory from when I did a tour of the Sprung PRU, that the folks from the Peter Lougheed Hospital had walked through with me and talked a little bit about what their plans were going to be on an ongoing basis throughout the pandemic. And I think within a week or so, they were planning on, until the capacity in the system, and you'll remember, Madam Speaker, that we had planned for a number of beds throughout the system to be dedicated to COVID-19. We did know that at that time that we weren't going to be reaching capacity immediately. We didn't know when or if we were going to get to that capacity, but the sprung structure, my understanding, was planned to start being used and commissioned by the Peter Lougheed Hospital for other opportunities within the emergency room department there. Sprung, AHS did not seek out donations of that kind. Sprung had already donated in other jurisdictions in North America, and then because they do have headquarters here in Alberta, they did reach out to AHS and provide that offer for that unsolicited donation. And then going back to the honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka's question, but the CMOH orders could continue to be issued under Section 29 of the Public Health Act. But all existing MOs, ministerial orders, that are issued under 52.1, they would cease to have effect. And then the law then would revert to its original state on August 15th. And I'm happy to take any further questions from the honourable member if that doesn't answer his questions, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that clarification. So I take it at this point, then, it sounds like perhaps there have actually not been any patients that have been treated at that facility, and I appreciate that, not a criticism there, just clarifying, because I appreciate that we had to prepare for a number of scenarios and that we wanted to ensure we had additional capacity. But I am aware of that at the Peter Lougheed, they do have 83,000 square feet of shell space, empty space, that was sitting available at that facility. I'm just wondering, was there any consideration, to your awareness, by AHS of making use of that space as opposed to putting up an additional structure outside of the hospital?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the answer is yes. When I had my tour at the PLC, employees at AHS did walk me through. And you'll remember, Madam Speaker, we had announced significant investment in the Peter Lougheed Hospital arising from our capital investments in Budget 2020. And so a lot of that shell space is now construction, I think, is going to be or was planning to soon be started, even during COVID, to be able to proceed with expansion of the emergency department. And the PLC staff, I think, did consider what could have been done to address or help with their response during the pandemic. But I think we also worked in elsewhere throughout the system, in the Calgary zone as well, including at the PLC, to be able to find new beds to get our capacity from what it was up to 2,250 COVID-dedicated beds. And so that included a lot of innovation, including at the PLC. So my understanding is that there wasn't a need as rising from all that innovation that AHS did to be able to add to that capacity of our COVID-dedicated beds. There wasn't a need for us at that time to use that shell space. And when the opportunity arose with the unsolicited donation from Sprung, and as well, there were many other vendors who stepped forward and provided their materials and their labor and donated that to us to help set up and commission the PRU, the Sprung PRU. And thank you to, for example, I think Stantec had helped as a general contractor. Many other folks, WestJet had donated quite a bit to the PRU as well. And AHS had worked to be able to, thank you.
Members, I hesitate to interrupt. We'll take a moment to swap officials. We have now concluded the health portion of this question and answer period. We will now move on to the finance portion once the officials have been swapped out.
There's no referee. What do we do?
Yeah. It's a birthday present for you, Jason.
It's like a Philibert dream. He's not here to do it.
I thought you were hatched, though, right?
What was that?
I thought you were hatched.
Come on, Dave.
Yeah.
My dream is to be in this moment and none of you guys are the chicken. She did?
Yeah.
Shit.
Members, I will call on the Honourable Minister of Finance for his opening 10-minute statement.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start this afternoon, I would like to acknowledge the hardship that so many Albertans have experienced during this COVID pandemic and during the economic fallout as a result of the pandemic and the global oil price crash. There's been hardship, there's been great loss, and I just want to acknowledge that before I start. I would like to start by looking back a few months. Early economic indicators this year were showing 2020 to be a turnaround year for our economy. And when I take a look at Stats Can indicators and metrics, I see that drilling rigs were up between 10 and 20% between January and February, year over year. Building permits were up over 20% year over year, February 2020 compared to February 2019. Goods exported were up approximately 20%. Retail sales were up. Vehicle sales were up almost 10% year over year, and even home sales were up approximately 10%, Madam Speaker. Our economy was improving and investment was returning to Alberta. COVID-19, however, changed that. It changed our world in a matter of weeks. As governments around the world implemented measures to keep citizens safe, these measures also significantly reduced output and activity, and the global economy contracted severely, and Alberta's economy was not spared. Demand for our exports diminished, and stock markets experienced massive declines. Then, of course, we were hit with the second black swan event, and that was when basically an energy price war drove the price of oil to depths not seen in modern times. And with it, of course, the loss of tens of thousands of jobs in this province. Madam Speaker, Alberta was and is facing its most severe economic challenge since the Great Depression. I want to take a few minutes this afternoon and describe the response of this government to Albertans and to Alberta businesses in the face of this great challenge. To manage the COVID-19 health crisis, we immediately added $500 million to the health budget, giving Alberta's public health officials adequate resources to respond to the pandemic. Community and Social Services also provided $60 million to charitable and nonprofit social service organizations to support vulnerable Albertans. Madam Speaker, many Albertans would be required to self-isolate. Some businesses would have to close or limit their operations, and many across our province would experience financial insecurity and loss. And that is why our government initiated a number of relief measures to support Albertans in their time of need. For Albertans that were unable to make their utility payments on time, the province worked with service providers to offer a 90-day deferral on payments and to ensure that service would not be cut off. The Emergency Isolation Support Program alone provided $108 million to more than 94,000 Albertans who had no other income source and were required to self-isolate as a result of public health directives. And for students or past students facing employment difficulty, our government is providing a 6-month interest-free moratorium for Albertans currently repaying student loans. Many Alberta businesses have had and are experiencing incredible hardship during this public health and economic crisis. Our government has responded. One of our first measures was to defer the collection of corporate income taxes until August 31st. This provides Alberta businesses with access to $1.5 billion to pay employees, pay rents, and continue operations. Madam Speaker, we are providing immediate financial relief for businesses by deferring WCB premiums for all private sector employers to the end of 2020. We're also paying half of small and medium-sized businesses' 2020 premiums. This will provide $350 million in direct and immediate relief to Alberta businesses. We also made the decision to freeze education property taxes at 2019 levels. This measure will be felt across the province, saving Alberta households $55 million and businesses $32 million. We deferred education property taxes for businesses by 6 months, providing access to $458 million in additional liquidity. And our provincial financial institutions have stepped up, and ATB is offering 6-month deferrals on loans, lines of credit, and mortgages to ensure Albertans and local businesses are able to meet their immediate cash needs. To date, ATB Financial has provided deferrals on customer loans with balances totaling $9.4 billion and keeping $244 million in Albertans' pockets. I can't think of an industry that's been hit harder by the COVID-19 than the tourism sector. And while it's impossible for governments to cover all of the losses, our government is taking measures to support hotels, lodges, and other service providers by abating tourism levy payments for the rest of the year. Effectively, this provides a grant to these businesses of close to $20 million. For Alberta's energy industry, government is paying the AER levy for 6 months with a value of $113 million. Madam Speaker, Alberta's agriculture sector is also facing extraordinary challenges, and our government is implementing program support that will assist the sector. Alberta is providing up to $17 million in agri-recovery funding, in addition to the $26 million provided by the federal government for a coordinated set-aside program for fed cattle. We are also increasing the agri-stability advance payments for the pork and potato industries, getting cash into the hands of producers immediately. Madam Speaker, I'm in regular contact with the Federal Finance Minister, advocating for Alberta's interests and ensuring our challenges are well understood. Our advocacy efforts resulted in the province receiving $1 billion to fund our site rehabilitation program. The program provides grants to oilfield service contractors to perform well, pipeline, and oil and gas site reclamation work, and will put thousands of Albertans back to work. We've also partnered with the federal government on the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program to provide rent relief for small businesses, nonprofits, and charities that have experienced significant revenue declines. Our government has advocated to ensure liquidity is available for Alberta businesses of all sizes, and programs including the Business Credit Availability Program and the Large Employer Emergency Finance Facility have been created through Export Development Canada and the Business Development Bank of Canada. And while we're pleased with these announcements, we understand that many businesses are having trouble accessing the funds. So we will continue to press for improvements where required. And I want to be clear, we will ensure there is an adequate liquidity facility available for our energy industry. In response to the significant economic difficulties our province is facing, we're doubling the budget for capital maintenance and renewal projects to get Albertans back to work. This $1 billion accelerated spend on maintenance and renewal is in addition to new construction announced in the capital plan. By focusing on capital maintenance and renewal projects, work can begin right away, and with it, ensure additional job opportunities for unemployed Albertans. We also made an important investment for our economy with the Keystone XL pipeline. For years, Alberta Oil has been significantly discounted because of the lack of pipeline access, and Alberta has lost billions of dollars. We know, Madam Speaker, that additional pipeline capacity is essential for Alberta to fully realize its economic potential. And that's why our investment in the KXL pipeline, ensuring that it goes forward, is an important component of Alberta's recovery. Madam Speaker, I'll conclude with this. Governments do not create wealth or prosperity. A robust economy and real wealth creation is built on the effort, investment, and ambition of its citizens and businesses. And government's role is to provide a business environment that is competitive, predictable, and one where there's a high correlation between effort and risk and reward. As a government, we will continue to create the most competitive business environment in the country. And when we begin the recovery, Alberta will be well positioned to attract a disproportionate amount of investment back into the province. Madam Speaker, in spite of the incredible challenges we face today, I'm confident that Alberta has a bright and hopeful future because I'm confident in the resilient, resourceful character of Albertans. Thank you.
Well, members, we will now proceed with the question and response period, which will last no longer than 50 minutes at 2-minute increments. I see the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to begin my comments today. I have a number of topics I'd like to cover, some of them more interesting probably to the public than others. So we're going to talk about things like financial reporting schedules and that sort of thing. But I'm going to start with what I am sure that every member in this chamber has heard over the last couple of months, and that's concerns from small business. So small businesses have come to me, and they have said that the deferral programs are not adequate. And all that those deferral programs are really doing is deferring their Zoom appointment with a bankruptcy lawyer. That small businesses need direct support, and they need it from this government. And so that is why we as an opposition have put forward ideas on ways that we can help small business. In particular, fixing the commercial rent program, which we know is a deeply flawed program, and small businesses are saying it isn't going to help them. 2, is the minister willing to take us up on our offer of a $5,000 grant for small business retailers and a $10,000 grant for restaurants to help those businesses through the pandemic? And 3rd, will the minister institute a 50% reduction of business premiums so that businesses don't have to pay hefty premiums to insure risk that doesn't exist because of the public health measures? And so I am looking for some direct and tangible help for the small businesses in my riding and for every other member's riding who are coming to us very worried and very, very scared about what the future brings and what the future is for their business and their families and their workers.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I share her concern about the challenges that are faced today by small businesses. It's significant for many of them. Now, Madam Speaker, when we first reached out to the business community, the first concern articulated by that community was the need for cash, was the need for liquidity, was the need for an immediate injection of cash so that they can continue to operate. And so, Madam Speaker, that's why we immediately moved forward with a number of key deferrals that ultimately amounted to billions of dollars being very available to Alberta businesses. But we know that there are additional pressures, and those pressures have been mounting. And that's why we also moved forward with a very significant program of basically covering small and medium-sized enterprises' WCB premiums, which provided an immediate $350 million of relief. And Madam Speaker, we also are participating in the commercial rent program, and I appreciate the challenges with that program. And so I've been in contact with my federal counterpart, Minister Morneau, recommending some key changes to the program, which will make it more available for Alberta small businesses that are paying rent. Of course, we've also, as I noted, have gone forward with the tourism levy abatement, which provides $20 million of full relief, not just liquidity, full relief to accommodation providers. And Madam Speaker, we are continuing to monitor the needs out there. We're continuing to take a look at the federal programs that have been provided and to understand what more we may need to do.
Any other members wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Madam Chair, and I didn't quite hear an answer on the topic of insurance. So I think what we want to talk about here is, will the Minister of Finance use his powers to modify the premiums businesses pay for insurance? So our caucus has called for a 50% reduction in premiums, retroactive to the beginning of the public health measures. Universally, this policy that we have proposed was supported by small business. Even many in the insurance industry, not normally known for their magnanimity, Madam Speaker, thought it was a reasonable proposal. So, to the Minister, why has there been no action taken yet on business insurance premiums? Will there be action taken in the future? And why is it okay for cash to be raining down on insurance companies, but no help for the little guy? I think that the Minister can agree that small businesses are right to be asking which side government is on if they don't get a break.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're certainly aware that insurance costs in many cases are high for businesses. And I will say this, in terms of property insurance, that's an area that we don't regulate directly in terms of premium costs. We have a free market system where we have willing providers and willing customers. And they conduct business. I have reached out to the insurance industry not many weeks ago, requesting that they do all they can to provide as much relief to property owners as possible. And I will say this, in terms of the auto industry, we've done the same there, recognizing again the high automobile insurance premiums in some cases. And while we're waiting for our insurance panel report for auto insurance, again, we've reached out to the insurance industry, strongly encouraging them to provide all the relief possible. And we have been pleased to hear that many companies, in fact, are offering automobile insurance premium relief where driving patterns have changed because of COVID-19 behavior changes. So we're pleased with that. We recognize that insurance is a significant part of many small businesses' expenditure lines. And again, we're doing what we can to ensure that insurance providers provide the most competitive products available.
The Honourable Member for Brooks Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many Albertans have had a variety of different experiences in dealing with this pandemic, and from the outset, our government has responded to those their most pressing needs in the forms of direct funding and deferrals. To help our job creators weather this storm, deferrals for utility payments and corporate tax filings were offered. Help also came in the form of holding education property tax rates to last year's levels, as well as covering 50% of WCB premiums for small and medium-sized businesses for 2020, with the option to defer payments until next year. Our government also encouraged lenders to arrange for loans for deferrals so that businesses can maintain a healthy balance sheet, something that we know is very important. As we all know, small business is the economic driver of our economy, both nationally and provincially, as well as in my riding of Brooks Medicine Hat. Small businesses account for more than 160,000 jobs in Alberta, and they contribute around 30% of Alberta's GDP. As we begin to open our economy, there's great optimism among these struggling small businesses, but I have to say, I have been blown away by how job creators, both large and small, have come up with new and innovative ways to keep their businesses afloat and keep their customers safe and provide these services to Albertans. While the full impacts of reduced operations will not be understood for some time and will likely be to varying degrees across all sectors, there's still uncertainty among many business owners, including the ones in my own constituency of Brooks Medicine Hat. Much of this uncertainty lies with how these businesses will fare when the costs they deferred come due and how the public will respond to the relaunch strategy. For example, I've heard these questions repeatedly. Will customers feel safe to come back? Will they be able to afford to come back? What if the possibility of a second wave? Will my business survive another shutdown? These are all valid concerns, and like I've said, I've heard them many times from my constituents. So my question is to the Minister of Finance. What sorts of options is our government exploring to assist Alberta's small businesses through our relaunch strategy so that they can be partners in our province's economic recovery?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for that really thoughtful question. Again, the member alluded to the fact that Alberta business owners are innovative and creative and resourceful, and I couldn't agree more. In fact, that's really, I believe, what has driven wealth creation in this province is, in fact, those character qualities which can be summed up in the definition of entrepreneurial culture. Again, our expectation is that this economic challenge is not going to be resolved immediately. We believe, unfortunately, that this will be a prolonged challenge for weeks and some months ahead. And so, again, we have rolled out a whole series of measures, combination of liquidity relief and direct relief from expenditures for small businesses, and we continue to monitor what may be required in the future with respect to small businesses. We are also, of course, considering what the federal government has provided, because we believe that it's also important to be very mindful of and respectful of taxpayer dollars, and simply double up on what the federal government is doing, in my view, would not be a good use of taxpayer dollars. But because there is likely to be a prolonged downturn, we know that we have to keep some powder dry to be able to respond to small business needs here in the upcoming weeks and months. And so for that reason, we're listening to small businesses. We're receiving expert advice weekly from the Economic Recovery Council. That's one reason as well why we rolled out a very significant capital maintenance and renewal program, so small businesses can participate in what will be an increased capital spend in 2020.
See the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Madam Speaker. So we have heard a number of times that the government is spending billions on the pandemic response. We've heard 10, 13, 15 billion. And the question that I get from my constituents, in particular small business, is where specifically are the program spending for small business and for individuals. So if the minister could provide us that global figure and exact amounts on economic response programs, specifically what amount has been direct government spending, what amount is deferred revenue to government, what amount is loan guarantees made by government, and with all of that, what is the projected deficit? We know that has been prepared by officials. We've seen Scotiabank out with, I believe it was a 20.3 projection, $20.3 billion for those watching at home. So with all of that rolled in, what is the Minister's of Finance's projection for the deficit at this time?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I think those are questions that many Albertans and Alberta business owners would have at this point in time. With respect to our projected deficit, with that, I will say stay tuned for a fiscal update. What I can say for sure is that the Alberta government's revenues will be down by billions this year, simply because of the incredible economic shock that our economy is dealing with head-on right now. It will reduce government revenues very, very significantly, and so we will be rolling out a fresh fiscal update so that we can be transparent with Albertans. Right now, it's a very dynamic time as well. Of course, with energy prices still incredibly volatile, the COVID pandemic, in fact, and the relaunch creating lots of uncertainty in terms of how quickly economies can reopen, how quickly economies can start to use energy products again. All of that is weighing into volatility, and so we're going to look forward to presenting Albertans with an updated fiscal plan. In terms of going through all the programs, Firstly, I'll say that our total programs touch on, right now, just under $17 billion. Now, I have to say right off the bat, included in that very large number is approximately $9 billion of liquidity relief that's provided by the Alberta Treasury Branch. And so that's the principal portion of the loans that have had some deferral activity. In terms of direct financial support for businesses, and this is direct financial support, that amounts to $607 million. And what I can say there is, again, I've identified the WCB premium abatement.
Honourable Member for Brooks, Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to follow up on my previous question to the Minister of Finance. I really do appreciate his response, as well as the response of our entire government in dealing with small businesses. I know I was very happy to be on a call with the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism with small businesses as well, and her responses were very helpful. But one thing that I did want to highlight too is just how innovative and resourceful our small businesses really are. I've seen so many different small businesses in Medicine Hat adjust their operations, improve their online presence, and do other things to make sure that they can continue to provide services to Albertans, as well as continue to weather the storm of this COVID outbreak. So as the Finance Minister alluded to, yeah, government's not the answer to this. The answer to this is allowing Albertans the opportunity to expand and create and do exactly what they know how to do. But one thing that I have heard from my constituents, especially small business owners in Medicine Hat and Brooks and beyond, is how concerning it would be to add further costs onto our small businesses, namely the 10 days of paid leave, sick leave that the Trudeau government has been talking about. So if the minister could elaborate on this and answer this question, what other costs will be put on small businesses, and how is our government responding to small business needs in that way?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for that very thoughtful question. At this point in time, with the challenges that our business community is experiencing, I know this for sure, that many of them would simply be unable to provide 2 weeks of paid sick leave for their employees. Not because they wouldn't want to do it, but they would be unable. And for many of them, it would probably tip them over. And in fact, you would have individuals that were employed that would then not be employed, as those businesses would fail. We're going to work with the federal government and understand the options around providing support in this area. And so, with that, I would say stay tuned. One thing, again, I agree with the member completely that we simply cannot add any additional regulatory or cost burden on our businesses at this point. And so we're working hard. I know Minister Hunter, the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction, other ministers.
Just remind you, we don't use names in this chamber moving forward.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just point to the fact that red tape reduction is a key priority for this government, and it's never been more important than it is today, as we work to ensure that all small businesses have the most competitive business environment possible in order to succeed and flourish and restart as our economic recovery begins.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now going to move on to a question with respect to education property taxes. And this one that is one that perhaps the minister will not have a readily available answer, and I'm happy to receive correspondence from ministry officials or the department afterwards. But I'm compelled to ask this because I think it's a very big question when it comes to municipal financing and taxes. The government has set up a number of deferrals on taxes, which is creating or could be creating some cash flow problems, but let's set those issues aside for the time being. What is the province's position as the beneficiary of property taxes in the event there are significant defaults on payments when the deferrals run out? So let me ask specifically. If defaults vastly exceed the education property tax requisition allowance for defaults, then what happens? So we have heard virtually nothing about what happens when property tax debt goes bad, what that means for homeowners paying taxes, what that means for municipalities that we requisition taxes from. So can the minister share with Albertans what the province's position is and what the plan is?
The Honourable Government House Leader? Okay, the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thank you to the member for a good, pertinent question at this point in time, because I think we understand that uncollectible property taxes will increase in the upcoming months. I can commit that we will work closely with municipalities to deal with that challenge in the upcoming months. Again, we know that many businesses are struggling at this point in time, and while even during normal economic times, there is an ebb and flow. There are some businesses that fail, and there's new ones that start up, and there is an uncollectible portion of property taxes. We know that in upcoming months that will likely be greatly increased, and we commit to work with municipalities to ensure that we can find the best way forward, firstly to minimize the amount of failures, but secondly to ensure that we're dealing with that challenge in the most effective, appropriate way, and in a way that doesn't disproportionately hurt municipalities, and yet, we also need to make decisions relative to the well-being of Alberta taxpayers as well.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise just briefly, sorry to interrupt, which I know as my longtime Deputy House Leader, you'll be very excited about what I have to announce, and that is my pleasure to inform the House that there will be no evening sitting tonight.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Madam Speaker. So I just want to get back very quickly to these matters of financial reporting. And so building on the fact that, of course, in the ministry mandate and in the business plan, that continual improvement of transparency and accountability in financial planning is, in fact, a goal of the ministry, and there's a key performance indicator associated with it as well. And there are a number of legal requirements under the Financial Administration Act. So there is a requirement to produce the annual report by the end of June. So I'm asking for a clarification on whether that will be happening as scheduled. And I'm also looking for a commitment to providing a first quarter fiscal and economic update by the end of August that, of course, the minister is required by law to produce as well. We're wondering if that update will be similar to the one last year, which was criticized for being quite a thin update, or if it will be a more fulsome update given the change in circumstances and the fact that the budget, when it was introduced, was coloring outside the lines of reality, and now it is sort of wildly orbiting outside any known universe of common sense. So will that be that commitment that the Premier made earlier around the financial update? Is that the update that is required by law at the end of August and the first quarter update, or is it something different entirely? So the extent of the first quarter update, so that we can know the extent of our multi-billion-dollar deficit, looking like it's going to be in the 20 billion range. The annual report timelines as well, and if there's going to be any additional information contained in the first quarter update, simply because the budget that was rushed through in March did not at that time at all conform to reality.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly would speak in opposition to the member's assertion that that budget 2020 at the time that I certainly delivered it in this House, that it did not conform to reality. It did. The real reality is that during the days and weeks that followed, again, as I noted in my introductory comments, the global economic world shifted cataclysmically. And as a result of that, I absolutely acknowledge that our economic assumptions, and thereby our revenue projections particularly, are going to be off significantly, and we will come forward with with a fresh fiscal update. So in June, we are planning to come forward with an economic statement and an economic recovery plan. And that statement will basically be a summary of the various measures that we've implemented to date. In August, we will be coming forward with, again, our intention is to come forward with an updated fiscal plan. And we've heard from the Auditor General that publicly, the Auditor General's made the statement that they're concerned that they would not be able to actually complete their audit work before June 30th for the annual report related to March 31st, 2020. So we're looking at options. Legislative options to extend that reporting date to likely August 31st. In November, we plan on delivering the mid-year fiscal economic update, and that will be a comprehensive update in November, which will include really an updated 3-year fiscal plan.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and that was a quite helpful update. Thanks to the Minister for that. I just want to get back to a couple of things on the small business piece that the Minister alluded to. He indicated that there might be new programs into the future as we respond to the length of this economic crisis and potential risks of future outbreaks of COVID-19 and so on. And I think it is wise, Madam Speaker, to plan for some of those contingencies. And so I'm asking the Minister then again to commit to examining and commit to engaging small business in grant programs, direct cash in hand for things like the personal protective equipment that they need to keep themselves, their workers, and their customers safe, for direct assistance for the kinds of physical modifications that need to be done to the floors of a number of retail, personal services and restaurant establishments. Those are the folks that are really hurting right now. And to commit to using his powers as minister. It is not true that he doesn't have the power to regulate business insurance. He does, Madam Speaker. So commit to examining that and make a commitment to small business that their business insurance premiums will be reduced during this crisis.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Right, good. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will, again, reiterate my comments with small businesses. We do commit to continue to listen to small businesses, the small business community. We're certainly also happy to hear from any suggestions the opposition might have with respect to identifying need and proposed programs. Right now, we're considering, again, if there should be a further response and what that response should look like, whether, should it be prospective in nature, should it be more reactive, should it be a targeted response or more broad-based. So we are, again, we are considering those questions, and we are taking advice, again, from the Economic Recovery Council, which I will say is a group of very experienced and distinguished individuals that bring deep business and leadership experience. So I appreciate the member opposite's, I think, indirect recommendation to consider the small business expense needs related to personal protective equipment and extra costs related to some of the public health guidelines that they will need to follow, and we will certainly consider that extra cost as well as we again consider whether an additional response is needed, and if so, the timing of that response and what the measure will look like.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that answer. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about nonprofits. We've talked a lot about small business, but nonprofits, of course, benefit from a number of different initiatives that are funded by the AGLC, for which this Minister is responsible. So I have heard from a number of nonprofits, in particular those who are missing their casino dates during while the public health orders are in place. And I've also reviewed the correspondence that the Minister of Finance has sent to these nonprofits. And it's been fairly thin gruel, honestly, Madam Speaker. You know, their casinos will be rescheduled, and, you know, best of luck. So I'm wondering if I can ask the Minister to give an update directly to nonprofits who are watching on how that casino revenue is going to be replaced. How the transparency issue of the dissolution of the lottery fund so that will be dealt with, so that nonprofits can see that the same amount of lottery funding that was coming in is going out to those nonprofit and charitable initiatives as was before. And number three, given that we're in a public health emergency, it seems to me a good time to have an online gaming platform. And indeed, our government came out with this in early 19, I believe, and then we saw in early 2020 AGLC advising the media that, oh, it's going to be another year. So can the minister then share with this House and with the nonprofits his plan to light a fire under AGLC to get that online gaming platform happening so that these nonprofits can continue to see those revenues and deliver their services to Albertans, whether it's in sports, charitable endeavours, advocacy endeavours, whatever the case may be. Those revenues are really important to people, and we can get a hold of some of them if we just move forward quickly with that online platform.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member opposite for the questions. With respect to the online gaming platform, I can say that we're proceeding with that, and AGLC is moving forward. It's fair that should be expedited. That effort should be expedited, and I know they're working quickly to roll out their online gaming plan and program and platform. With respect to the lottery fund changes, basically the dissolution of the actual fund. Again, we absolutely commit to nonprofits and charities who benefit from this fund and who benefit from working casinos and sharing in the take, that they will continue to receive the same amount going forward, even though that fund, which was really, again, just a technical, really an accounting measure, they will continue to receive the same take as they did before. I believe that's 15%. And that will continue to happen. I recognize that like businesses, like individuals, many nonprofits and charities are very challenged right now. Their world has been disrupted. The things they used to do to generate revenue has been interrupted, and for many, their revenues are down. We also recognize the incredible value of so many of our nonprofit organizations, and so we have provided additional support to a number of nonprofit organizations that serve in our community. We provided $30 million for community-based organizations through Community and Social Services Ministry. We included, of course, an additional $25 million for homeless shelters and $5 million for women's emergency shelters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. And so might I suggest then that perhaps keeping the House updated with some timelines on the online gaming platform would be a really good idea, because this is foregone revenue for the province. I think some clarity to nonprofits around the dissolution of the lottery fund and so on would be helpful from this ministry, because there's a great deal of, I think it's fair to say, suspicion and distrust on this issue, and I think it can be dealt with just a little bit more communication. Moving on now to another piece of something that we all hold in common, and that's the Heritage Savings Trust Fund. We've heard a lot about AIMCO's volatility-based trading strategy, the significant losses that were incurred into the billions. And so I have a few questions for the minister on this topic, because this was extraordinary and outside of the normal losses that many investment funds and pension funds and others found themselves experiencing in March. And so the first concern I have is that Albertans heard about these losses at the fund for our own sovereign wealth fund through a magazine called The Institutional Investor and the Globe and Mail, and not via the minister responsible. And second, I think Albertans are right to ask how much was lost specifically in the Heritage Trust Fund. I can appreciate that other clients should get their own reports, but this minister is responsible for AIMCO and the Heritage Fund to this House, so Albertans deserve to know how much was lost in this fund. So if the minister could provide that update, I would appreciate it.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to the Heritage Trust Fund, what I would say there is stay tuned for a full reporting of returns for that fund. Listen, given the incredible global economic challenge, there's not been a sovereign wealth fund, an asset management fund around the world, I believe, that hasn't experienced incredible difficulty, hasn't experienced what I would suggest would be significant losses in Q1 of 2020 due to the economic contraction in the world. With respect to the VOLT strategy that AIMCO had implemented, AIMCO is conducting a full review of that strategy. I'll be very interested, obviously, in the results of that review. One thing I might remind the member opposite is that, in fact, that strategy was in place when the member and, in fact, her team over there were governing. And so, quite frankly, the government of that day was one global economic crisis away from experiencing the same outcome that we are today. However, Madam Speaker, we will again be very interested in the review and the results of that review by the AIMCO board, and we trust the right decisions will be made at that time. We continue to have confidence in AIMCO delivering excellent results on behalf of the owners of their assets. And that includes the Heritage Trust Fund. We're confident that AIMCO will continue to deliver in future years and even decades very effectively on behalf of Albertans, on behalf of public sector workers.
See, the Honourable Member for Leduc-Beaumont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to start off by saying that not only myself but my office staff have received hundreds of questions and concerns over the last few months of what the provincial government is doing and the federal government is doing, and we've been happy to answer those and try to keep people as informed as possible on the response not only of the federal government but of the provincial government as well. And I wanted to there's some of the questions have already been covered here today, so I won't get into those again. But I appreciate some of the comments from the member from Brooks Medicine Hat talking about the resiliency of small business and talking about how quickly they could adapt. A number of small businesses in my riding quickly changed how they were doing business in order to keep people employed and to keep revenue coming in. And I wish them all very well. I did my best to support as many of them as I possibly could. And was glad to, in many of the restaurant cases, eat out quite a bit in order to support them. So it's worked out well for me in my waistline. That being said, of course, my riding depends heavily on oil and gas. Leduc Industrial, Nisku, and the Edmonton International Airport have all been strong economic drivers for Alberta. And they are directly tied to the price of oil and the growth within the oil industry. EIA has been an economic driver in my region, creating thousands of jobs in the last few years, and that depends on passenger travel, of course, and so tourism is also an issue in the movement of people. And I'm also happy to say, just on a side note, that Minister Savage and Minister Furr both took the time to talk to small businesses in my area as well, in order to get their perspective, and oil and gas companies, so that the ministries were getting the best information possible.
Well, members, I'll take this opportunity to again remind this House that we do not use names of individuals in this assembly. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's the first day back in a while. Appreciate the questions and comments of the member, and I think they're very appropriate. Firstly, just agree with the fact that we have such a resourceful, innovative, entrepreneurial small business community, and I can name several examples in my constituency where businesses have adjusted quicker than I would have anticipated to be able to deliver services in a different way, and have thereby been able to continue to offer Albertans jobs and employment during this time when they otherwise might have lost their jobs. I think it's a great suggestion to continue to support small businesses wherever we reside. And so that's a great suggestion, and I would encourage everybody in this House to, in fact, take that suggestion seriously, and I expect we are. Relative to the energy industry, we know how absolutely incredibly important the energy industry is to this province. Now, that's not to suggest that other sectors or diversification is not important. It is. It's not either or, it's both and all. But the energy industry is and remains an important economic driver. And that's why we responded immediately to that sector with an AER levy abatement for 6 months, which would provide just immediate relief, and recognizing the size of the industry at $113 million, that abatement was not, there would be more needed, but that was the first thing that we could do. We also were very pleased when we did finally receive the $1 billion from the federal government and could roll out our Alberta program, which is the site rehabilitation program. And that program works with...
See the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have now seen hundreds of thousands of job losses and people who have lost income in Alberta as a result of the coronavirus epidemic, or pandemic rather. But during the first year of the government's mandate, Alberta lost roughly 50,000 jobs. The deficit increased by roughly $1 billion. Since that very difficult first year, we've now seen the pandemic, the oil price collapse. More jobs are going to be lost. We know that people are really going to struggle, and the province is also facing some difficult financial choices, and there are many days that I do not envy the folks across the way. At the same time, we also see some areas where we could trim spending, Madam Speaker. The Energy War Room has been a failure by any measure. Even those who thought it was a good idea now concede that it isn't working. So, does the minister stand by the commitment to the Energy War Room? There is a commitment from Treasury Board and Finance, as well as out of the industrial carbon tax. So put another way, as small businesses are going bankrupt, folks are in jeopardy of losing their homes, there's no assistance for small business on the things that matter to them, like access to PPE and commercial rent assistance. Are we going to save Albertans $90 million, which is the projected expense from the Energy War Room, or not?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple of things there. Firstly, with respect to jobs, as the member opposite pointed out, there are, many Albertans during this economic downturn have lost their employment. Many have received, that are still employed, have received a very significant drop in their wages and remuneration. Others have gone from, working 40 or 50 or 60 hours a week down to 10 or 20. And so there has been significant loss. And I will say this, we inherited a pretty stagnant economy. And we immediately brought in very aggressive measures to improve our business environment. And Madam Speaker, as I noted in my initial comments, we believe 2020 was going to be a turnaround year, and the data from January and February, the economic data, would support that assertion. Our policies were working. We had the economy on the right track, and we were attracting investment, creating job opportunities. Of course, that all changed with COVID. So we, again, are making adjustments. However, we are not going to depart from our fundamental premise that we believe it's government's primary and foundational role to provide the most competitive business environment possible. And Alberta entrepreneurs and business people will then invest and grow and flourish and create opportunities for themselves and for other Albertans. We fundamentally believe in that policy approach going forward. With respect to the war room, at this point in time, again, given the current realities, there's been we're expecting that there will be a reduction in expenditure at this point. Actually, for this year, it will be reduced to $3 million in terms of the war room expenditures from $30 million. However, I believe the function of the Energy War Room, or the Canadian Energy Centre, is fundamental.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Okay, let's shift gears entirely. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it's very, very clear from the numbers that are now emerging out of this economic crisis, and in particular, and this is happening across the continent really, that this recession and this downturn is different from those that were previous. One reason is that it's affecting women differently and disproportionately than men. The types of jobs lost, the kinds of pressures that have come as a result of public health orders. Based on that, economists across the spectrum are now saying that a component of a recovery built to last, that is to say, even in this emergency response phase, we haven't quite gotten it right on childcare, but in the recovery and the resilience phase, we must get this pillar of the economy right. If we do not, this is not a social services question. It is a fundamental economic and jobs question to the growth of our economy. So, will affordable and accessible childcare be one of the pillars as this minister is crafting our stimulus response, our recovery response, our economic resilience? Can the minister update this House that childcare will be a pillar in Alberta's recovery strategy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do agree with the member opposite that this downturn has disproportionately affected the service sector. And with that, perhaps has disproportionately affected women, certainly in the service sector. One thing I'll say is, again, given the way Albertans have responded to public health recommendations, advice, guidance, and measures, the way they've responded so responsibly, as Albertans do, the fact that we've really flattened this COVID curve and we're able to relaunch the economy and actually many aspects of the service sector right now, I think is so fundamentally important. And so that's the first thing I'll say. And that's not to at all suggest that folks in the service sector have not been disproportionately affected. They have. In terms of the childcare sector, I'll leave the vision for childcare to our very capable Children's Services Minister. But I will say this, that we have intervened at this point in time. We've recognized the need in that sector. We're providing up to $17.8 million in grants to childcare centres and approved family day home agencies to ensure that they're ready to safely restart and support families through Alberta's economic recovery. That will be a phased-in approach, but we recognize, again, the importance of significant, adequate, safe child care capacity in this province.
The Honourable Member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, the essential services model of managing COVID that really dominated the early days of this outbreak, in my opinion, created immense amounts of economic injustice to Main Street, Alberta. Let me tell you what happened in central Alberta and probably everywhere else. Multinational and international big box stores who are not based in Alberta had maybe a few products that were deemed essential, so therefore they were allowed to stay open. Meanwhile, they're selling every single other product as well in their stores. People were literally lined up outside the doors trying to get in, And yet, in the midst of that, we created a framework that essentially barred the doors, locked the doors to Main Street, Alberta. That is a huge economic injustice to the citizens and the business people of Alberta, who were not allowed essentially to survive in the midst of this, while the international and multinational stores took all of the business. So my real question is, and I should also say that now will contribute not only to a loss of past business, but potentially through the change of habits and behavior, and as well moving to substantial amounts of online buying. Anybody who studies the business realize how much online buying has increased. Shares of companies that are focused on that have skyrocketed in recent times. So we've changed habits as well to move people to buy from those kinds of situations. It furthermore contributes to a substantial tax loss to Alberta, because although sometimes there are agreements whereby taxes are paid, in many cases in online buying there aren't. So we're losing tax revenue as well. And so my challenge is to us as a government, how do we create a framework moving forward for Main Street, Alberta? Because without Main Street, Alberta, this province is in long-term trouble. Government revenues are down. The wealth of the people is down. We need to solve that in a long-term focus, and I'd appreciate what your view of that, or vision for that might be. Thank you.
50 seconds remaining in this debate. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll look to answer quickly, efficiently. Firstly, I would agree with the member's observations and assertion that many of the small businesses, particularly in rural communities, Main Street businesses, were disproportionately affected by public health measures, and that's why, again, I'm so ready, like all of us are, to relaunch the economy and to reopen. And in fact, we've done that now with our stage 1 reopening. The vast majority, not all, but the vast majority of retail businesses particularly have been reopened, and that is excellent. Ultimately, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, we will double down.
That now concludes the finance portion of this debate. We'll take a moment to swap officials, and then we will move on to Labour and Immigration. Go ahead. Please move freely. No, please go ahead. You can stay there then.
Yeah, I just decided to do it as a block. It'd be too much to get. Yeah, no, it's super. I mean, you can yeah. Go around, whatever. Yeah, I've been talking to that. Basically, who's from this person? She's from Durban. So yeah. Yeah, we sure did. Yeah. Yeah. Next Thursday. 5 days. Yeah. Yeah. It's lovely.
Honourable members, we will now proceed with the 10-minute opening statement from the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to be here taking part in the discussion, a very important discussion, on the impacts of COVID-19. I want to start off by, again, offering my condolences to all Albertans who have lost loved ones and been affected by this serious disease. I recognize that the last few months have not been easy. Since day one, our government has acted quickly and swiftly to keep Albertans safe. Our government has provided $13 billion towards the comprehensive pandemic response that prioritizes Albertans' health and safety. From providing necessary personal protective equipment to our frontline staff, to deferring utility payments so Albertans won't have to choose between putting food on the table or making a bill payment. Our rapid response has led to our government relaunching our economy And this has been accomplished through the tremendous sacrifices made by Albertans who have stayed home and helped flatten the curve. And while the removal of restrictions are slow, they are deliberate. And as we relaunch, we continue to take advice from our medical experts, such as Dr. Dina Hinshaw, and we are taking careful and appropriate steps regarding public health and safety of all Albertans, and it is paramount that we continue to do so. The Ministry of Labour and Immigration has been quick to respond to the challenges posed by COVID-19. And our goal is to do everything we can to support Albertans during these challenging times. To help Albertans cope with COVID-19, we acted quickly to make changes to our employment standards regulations to allow full and part-time employees to take 14 days of job-protected leave if they are required to self-isolate. We made it easier for all employees to access this leave without cumbersome documentation, and we eliminated the minimum length of service requirement. And these changes have helped and continue to help contain the spread of the virus. Now, we know the decision to stay home is incredibly difficult, especially for Albertans who are losing income due to self-isolation. That is why we also extended personal and family responsibility leave, and this leave allows Albertans to stay home to care for children while schools and daycares are closed, and this leave continues to keep Alberta families together at this critical time. We also work quickly to ensure Albertans can stay attached to their jobs longer if they are impacted by COVID-19 related layoffs. We did this by extending the deadline for temporary layoffs from 60 to 120 days. Now, this change helps Albertans who otherwise may have faced permanent job loss as a result of this pandemic. And we recognize that throughout this time, many Albertans have been concerned about their financial stability. So as Albertans waited for the federal benefits to begin, our government acted swiftly and implemented the Temporary Emergency Isolation Support Program to help bridge the gap. Now, Mr. Speaker, this support was available to working Alberta adults who experienced total or significant loss of income as a result of having to isolate or care for a dependent who was isolating due to COVID-19. From March 15th to April 5th, our government provided almost $108 million to more than 94,000 Albertans through this program. And that was $50 million more than originally anticipated. Now, in addition to these supports for employees, we also acted to help employers during this time. And that is why we quickly implemented the WCB Premium Deferrals Program to help provide some immediate relief to private sector employers at a time when they needed it the most. For small and medium businesses, the government is covering 50% of their 2020 WCB premiums. That benefit is estimated at $350 million. And for large employers, they will have their 2020 WCB payments deferred until early 2021, at which time their premiums will be due, providing some much-needed liquidity. In addition, private sector employers who have already paid their WCB premium payment for 2020 have been provided a rebate or credit. And these actions ensure the sustainability of the workers' compensation system and helps job creators with financial flexibility. And throughout this order, we've also put several ministerial orders in place to help keep Albertans safe and provide flexibility for job creators and Albertans alike. Following the direction of Alberta's Chief Medical Health Officer, I signed a ministerial order to help meet the needs of the healthcare sector, particularly as it relates to long-term care. Now, this included limiting healthcare workers to only one work site as a way to help prevent the spread of COVID-19 and to protect the jobs of those who held multiple positions because they would be required to take one role and one job. Now, this ministerial order allowed for temporary measures to be put in place that outline a process to ensure healthcare workers only working at one site would maintain hours. And these measures were needed to allow employers to adjust their workforce and respond quickly to implement the necessary safety changes that was put in place by Dr. Dina Hinshaw. In addition to new and extended leave, recent ministerial orders also allowed for faster changes to work schedules and modified group termination rules to provide greater flexibility for employers to respond to the pandemic. We also expanded the types of respiratory personal protective equipment that can be used at work sites at the request of employers, and these actions were made and continue to be in place to ensure worker safety is of the utmost priority. Madam Speaker, workplace safety is paramount, and we are doing everything possible to ensure the safety of Albertans and their families. The Department of Labor and Immigration, since the start of this pandemic, has fielded over 3,000 calls in regards to how we assist workers and employees in limiting the spread of COVID-19. Since that time, we have conducted more than 2,000 inspections, all with the goal of ensuring proper mitigation is in place to protect Alberta workers and the public and help reduce the spread. Madam Speaker, we recognize a number of concerns were raised regarding the meat processing facilities. We talked about this as early in question period today. And the health and safety of workers at Alberta's food processing plants continues to be monitored to ensure the safe operation of Alberta's supply food chain and the safety of Alberta workers. Public health officials, occupational health and safety, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and others have all worked together to continue to protect worker safety at the plants and help limit the spread of COVID-19. A dedicated Alberta Health Services task force continues to work to support each facility and prevent future COVID-19 outbreaks. Now, meat processing facilities in Alberta are expected to continue to implement safety controls that meet requirements identified by Alberta Health Services, occupational health and safety legislation, and Chief Medical Officer of Health orders. Alberta Health Services and OHS are inspecting facilities regularly to ensure control measures are implemented and provide ongoing advice and support to the workers and employers. Now, our occupational health and safety officers have done numerous on-site inspections of meat processing plants to evaluate new health and safety measures put in place for revised operations. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, at Cargill, when OHS was notified of concerns, both at Cargill and JBS, we had occupational health and safety officials there within days to do an inspection and work with counterparts at Alberta Health Services and Alberta Health. And then when Cargill was shut down, we did 2 inspections during that period of time. And then on the week of reopening, we did 3 inspections. And we joined, as part of that, Alberta Health Services for the reopening on May 4th. And both of us were on site again May 6th to further assess the operations. And then in addition, in that week, Occupational Health and Safety also convened a meeting of the Joint Worksite Health and Safety Committee on May 7th. And again, Madam Speaker, we were there today to make sure that the operations are safe and protect the workers at Cargill. To sum it up, Madam Speaker, Occupational Health and Safety continues to prioritize the inspection and monitoring of meat processing plants to ensure the necessary controls are in place and that all health orders are being followed. Now, finally, Madam Speaker, I want to highlight the work my ministry has done to provide information and resources to Albertans amid this crisis, particularly during relaunch. We have worked with Alberta Health to develop a number of specialized workplace guidance pieces to help improve safety in day-to-day operations. And these helpful business practices are available via Alberta Biz Connect portal, and there's well over 30 of them that's on the portal for different sectors and for different types of work sites. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, my ministry has acted swiftly to respond to the COVID-19 crisis. We have taken decisive actions that have had a significant impact on work sites throughout the province and helped us to contain the spread together. Madam Speaker, we are all in this together, and it is important that we continue to work together to support each other as best we can and continue to follow the practices outlined by the Chief Medical Officer of Health. Albertans are strong and resilient people. We can get and we will get through this, but we can only do it, Madam Speaker, together. Thank you very much.
Are there any other members wishing to speak? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to rise for this COVID debate. I do want to start off my remarks with my deepest condolences to the families and coworkers who have suffered a tragedy and the loss of life during this pandemic. I appreciate the Minister starting off his opening remarks and being available to answer questions. In fact, his opening remarks answered some of the questions I had off the hop, which were going to be around some of the numbers. So I heard the Minister say that the OH&S contact centre has received over 3,000 calls. And so my follow-up question would be, how has the contact centre been staffing up? Are there more people in order to handle that volume? And so thank you for that information. You've also mentioned 2,000 inspections. And I was wondering if you would be able to break that down to how many were in-person inspections, virtual, and how many were reactive versus proactive, just because there's different types of inspections that can be used. If you have it, I'm also very interested in the number of unsafe work refusals that have gone through the formal process. Of the 3,000 phone calls, you may have had many people calling to ask about their rights, their workplace rights. How many have become the unsafe work refusals officially defined under the OHS Act? And finally, the volume of work when it comes to occupational health and safety during this pandemic, I know has had to have been a lot for the ministry. I'd like to know if there have been additional staff hired, either in OHS officer, investigator roles, the occupational health specialists or hygienists, if you've been training up OHS team members who are already there to improve their infection control knowledge.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the questions. Those are a lot of questions. I'll try to get through as many as I can in 2 minutes, and if I miss some, then maybe perhaps in the next 2 minutes I can get back to them. So for the first question, this is in regards to inspections completed. As of May 22nd, there were 2,058. Of that, just over 800 were proactive inspections. The remaining were reactive. In regards to the call center inquiries, specific number is 3,238, again, as of May 22nd. We have staff that are available to provide them in the call center. When there's additional work, we will supplement with other staff that in occupational health and safety. In regards to inspectors, and I just want to set the context. You know, we increased the number of inspectors in budget for last year, 2018-2019. We were fortunate to have graduated a class of 27 occupational health and safety staff in February of 2020. So, and as the Honourable Member knows, it takes 9 months to train someone who can become an inspector. This is not something that you can just easily walk into with a couple of weeks training to do this. You need to know what to look for and how to do that. So we had an additional 27 staff that graduated in February 2020, and then we've been able to perform a significantly number more inspections. So if we look at first quarter this year is our most recent numbers versus first quarter last year, over 1,500 more inspections with the additional staff. And we have a plan as we go into relaunch to add more resources. But again, recognizing it's 9 months, what we're doing is we've identified another 20 individuals who have moved out of the field and working in other areas in occupational health and safety or in other areas within our own department. And we are in the process now of...
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much to the Minister for those responses. I will flag a number of unsafe work refusals if you have a moment in the next response. I'd like to talk a little bit about the guidance that is being given to Albertans during the relaunch. And the Minister in his opening remarks spoke about workplace safety as paramount. I have been to the BizConnect site to look at the resources that are available, and I find them from a workplace health and safety perspective to be inadequate. The documents, the main document, essentially doesn't tell workers what their rights are, employers what their rights or responsibilities are, doesn't list OHS as a resource. Instead, OHS is just mentioned on the first page as this information does not supersede OHS. It mentions the hierarchy of control, which is an important system within OHS, so I appreciate that, but it doesn't talk about an employer's responsibility to make sure that their workplace is safe and to manage hazards. In fact, the word hazards and hazard assessment isn't in these documents. The document doesn't explain to workers what their rights are and that they have a right to be involved in workplace health and safety. It doesn't tell employers that they have to involve their workers, which they do by law. Please let me know if OHS law has changed, but they have to. Instead, it says you may want to share this document with them once you've made your plan. You aren't giving workers and businesses the tools, the OH&S fundamentals, to understand that they need to work together to solve this new hazard in their work environment. And I would love to hear the minister's thoughts on that. I realize that on the BizConnect site there is a link to separate OH&S documents, but why hasn't OH&S been incorporated into the guidance being given to employers, these main documents?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to go back to, so first of all, to finish off the conversation about resources, and then I'll go back to the inspections, and then we'll try to get to your other question associated with the BizConnect documents. So in regards to the additional 20 individuals, these people are getting additional training as we speak, just refresher training in essence, and then we can use them to do and where we're focusing on inspections under relaunch. Our initial focus was on essential services. Now we're turning to stage 1 relaunch to make sure that the barbers and the restaurants are doing what they're doing what's in accordance with the CMOH guidance, as well as occupational health and safety. In regards to the number of work refusals, to date, OHS has received 19 work refusals complaints related to COVID-19. 17 of them, and as the honourable member knows, that when you get a call for an occupational health and safety work refusal, an inspector will go in and assist the parties to try to resolve it. So 17 of the 19 have been resolved. 2 have not. Decisions were rendered by occupational health and safety in regards to those 2. And I just wanted to put this in context. So yes, there's significantly more than the work refusals that we've had, which is understandable. But if we compare ourselves to, for example, BC, they've had 18. So a little larger. Ontario, 260. They're larger, but they're not that much larger. So I think we're actually doing a good job. And not we, as government, Albertans. Employers and employees are working together because they understand that they need to work together to be able to solve these issues, to address health and safety worker issues. And just one more comment, and I'll come to the guidance documents. But when we take a look at the number of
Next time, Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to change our theme, so we are going to keep talking about guidance documents for a bit longer, and that will hopefully allow you opportunity to respond. You're right, cooperation between management and workers or their representatives when they are making their return to work plans is a critical component. It is not mentioned in the guidance being provided to employers unless they go to the very specific OH&S materials that are a link somewhere else. Right now, we know that in recovering from the crisis situation like this, it's an opportunity for governments to review, establish, re-establish, and reinforce labor legislation. The reinforcing of labor legislation is what is not happening here. And this is an opportunity to make sure that people understand how the cooperation and coordinated action is needed to keep people safe at work. And so, looking through the documentation, noting that OH&S is not a key part of this, and noting that direction to include workers, to conduct hazard assessments, which are required by legislation, and the guidance to help employers do that is missing. Appendix D, the relaunch consideration template, could have been something that specifically talked about, you need to do this. This is how you do a hazard assessment, and to reinforce that. And finally, I will say that some of the industry-specific stuff, like for restaurants, goes into great detail about the customer safety. Doesn't talk at all about how to keep the kitchen staff safe. So there's worker information that's missing in these guiding documents. I am concerned about this and would like to see OH&S working more closely with Alberta Health in developing these materials and in reminding employers and workers of their rights and responsibilities, which are required by law.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you again for the question. I promise I will get to it. We'll get to that this time. I just wanted I just wanted to finish the last comment that I was making on the earlier set of questions. Is that Albertans have done a tremendous job of flattening the curve, and that includes employers and employees in the workplaces. We have over 160,000 workplaces in this province, and we've had 41 outbreaks. Now, I appreciate some of those outbreaks have been significant, and we've talked about some of those before in meatpacking, but we've had 41 outbreaks, and the vast majority of them, the workers and employees, we've been able to put in place measures to not only to reduce the number of outbreaks, but when an outbreaks have occurred, for a large number of them, we will be able to get on it and actually stop it. And stop the spread at that point in time. And that is basically employers and employees working together to do this. So I urge to look at the data, and in the main, employers and employees are doing a good job. Now, regard to the documents, there are numerous references to occupational health and safety as we go in the documents in terms of reporting and necessary. And I haven't gone through all the, and I also understand that occupational health and safety was involved working with Alberta Health to do this. Now, these are unprecedented times because these are documents you're developing not only to deal with worker safety, but deal with the safety of the customers and Albertans. But I will, I'll say to the honourable member, to the extent that we can improve this, because the honourable member was quite right. The legislation is very clear, right? Work sites with or employers with over 20 employees are required to have an occupational health and safety committee. And these committees are supposed to, their job is to identify hazards and then look at mitigation to address those hazards. And so, we are very clear on our website to make sure that happens. And we have a handbook for...
The honourable member for Brooks Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the MLA for Brooks Medicine Hat, I have the distinct pleasure of rising in the House to ask some questions to the Minister of Labour today. So I will be choosing to do that. I just wanted to start by expressing my deep and profound condolences to the families who have lost loved ones in Brooks during the COVID-19 crisis. I know that there has been much talk and much conversation around worker safety so far today, and I just want to express my sincere and heartfelt condolences to those who have lost family members due to the COVID-19 crisis. And I want to thank the Minister of Labour for his swift action in coming to the aid of my constituents in Brooks and for those who work at the JBS Canada facility in my riding. So JBS employs thousands of people, Madam Speaker, in my riding, and they're so important to our community and as well as those workers. So, we've seen our community come together and rally around these workers and their families and show them that we really do support them, that their work is essential, that the work that they do every day when they go into work and they provide that meat and are part of the supply chain, that they are really feeding the world and Western Canada. I know our government supports that, and I'm just grateful for the Minister of Labour and his office for making that happen. But I was just wondering if the Minister could update the House on how he is working with employers like JBS or Cargill in ensuring that the highest standard of safety is provided and enacted for large-scale production facilities like that, and what supports are being provided to workers.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question and for your comments. As indicated in my opening remarks, especially with meatpacking, we've had two large outbreaks that occurred. We moved, once we were notified in terms of the concern, we moved quickly with other agencies, including Alberta Health and Alberta Health Services, and to ensure that measures were in place to protect workers. One thing we did find out, and as noted, and this is a learning as noted by Dr. Dina Hinshaw, that some of the spread was happening in the community, and it was related to work but outside of the workplace. And so that was a learning that we made, and we have applied to other locations to be able to protect workers so that we're not looking solely at the work site and what measures are in place to control the spread within the work site, but also control the spread outside the workplace. And I was able to share that on a conference call with my colleagues across the country who are also ministers responsible for health and safety, for them to look at that to ensure not only that we can pass those learnings on to, and use that within Alberta, but use it outside the province. And then we continue to do follow-up. Right. So in particular, we had conversations. I know occupational health and safety officials had conversations with JBS last week. We were at Cargill today. right, to make sure that the follow-up, that not only the measures are in place that were assessed, but they're working as intended. And when we do the follow-ups in terms of, Madam Speaker, when inspection occurred in Cargill today, we're dealing not only with the employer side, but we're dealing with the employee side, because both these sites have joint health and safety committees, and occupational health and safety reaches out to both employee and employer side, so we can understand, get a better picture of what's going on, and make sure that the measures in place are working, and to see whether or not another order must be made.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that the conversation has moved to Cargill and meat processing plants, because I would really like to stress that we know that there was workplace transmission and communication happening in those work sites. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that. Although there may have been learnings about other community-based transmission, workers got infected with COVID-19 in their workplace prior to their voices and their concerns being learned and being heard. And I appreciate that the minister says within days inspection was happening once the concerns reached his office. My understanding was that very first inspection was a virtual one, which workers did not feel was adequate in their mind at the time. And so right there, the fact that the workers at Cargill and in these meat processing plants tried to raise concerns, tried to talk about this with their employer, and their voices weren't listened to, is a really important reason why we should be reminding employers of their responsibility to include workers in workplace health and safety, and reminding workers of their right to participate in health and safety, and reminding workers of the mechanisms when they are concerned about health and safety in their work environment. Because very often workers may be in a position where they do not feel like they have those rights. Through the guidance documentation and through the supports to both employers and workers, that is an opportunity for your ministry, when you say workplace safety is paramount, to communicate that information to the workforce that is in Alberta, and to make sure that workers are aware of their rights and their responsibilities. To supplement my previous questions about the guidance documentation, I will say that right now, I cannot give a clear answer to a worker when a worker says, what should I expect going back in the recovery? Because none of these resources have been written with them in mind. It doesn't answer the question, should I be involved in the conversations? What if I have a concern? What should I do then? This information is really important and appears to be missing.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and again, thanks to the Honourable Member for the question. I want to just touch briefly on virtual inspections. We've had this conversation before, but virtual inspections, these are not uncommon. Right? And the Honourable Member seems to suggest that when a virtual inspection was done at Cargill, that this was somehow subpar. Well, in fact, virtual inspections are part of the toolkit for occupational health and safety officers. This is used in addition to on-site inspections. And I can tell you that the virtual inspection that was conducted 2 days after we received the letter from the UFCW and treated it as a formal complaint. And we asked the occupational health and safety officer to go out to there. That safety officer had been to that plant over 20 times, was intimately familiar with it. They involved not only employer side in terms of the occupational health and safety people there, but both the representative from the Joint Health and Safety Committee from the employee side and the local rep from the UFCW. And that was done, it was a guided tour instructed by the occupational health and safety officer. And this is being used not only in Alberta, which prior to COVID is being used, but this is being used across the country. So, I would urge that the member opposite not say that, quite frankly, that these are subpar. It was a focused assessment being done. It's a standard operating procedure, and it was done with both the employer side and the union side and the employee side. Now, in regards to the questions of the Biz Connects and the table of contents, if you look through the documentation, even within, for example, with meat packing, there are multiple locations where there's links to. You go to OHS for this information. If there is a concern in regards to an illness, occupational health and safety, you go there too. But I will, to the honour member, I'll say I appreciate that the comments that there is a link in there to OHS, but it doesn't show up in the original document. So I'll make a commitment.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Millwoods.
Thank you very much. And to be very clear with my language, it was the workers at the facility who did not feel safer or did not feel that an adequate inspection had happened. And they shared concerns. A colleague of theirs then passed away, and the plant had to be closed. So if a big part of OH&S working with employers and workers is to make sure everyone is brought along in workplace safety, so that an inspection happened that the workers didn't feel was adequate to them is a concern, and one that I think is worth raising without disparaging the good work that the OHS professionals are doing. I think you need to look at the relationships and what is happening in each employment scenario. We've been talking about the guidance documentation through a number of question sets. I'm going to have to move on, having raised my very strong concerns with the quality of information that Albertans are getting. I will instead ask you a more direct question around your ministerial order around personal protective equipment and the change through that ministerial order made at the request of employers. My question to you, Minister, is the evidence that went in behind that, can you make that evidence public? Because there are employees, there are people, Albertans, who are concerned about that decision, which was made with not a lot of communication. And if the evidence behind that decision can be shared, I think that would increase a lot of people's comfort with changes to PPE.
The Honourable Mr. Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks again to the Honourable Member for the question. So, under the Occupational Health and Safety Code, as the Honourable Member knows, there's a number of ways that you can make changes to the code and some of the parameters underneath the code. One of those ways is the Director of Hygiene, who is an occupational health and safety official. Based on a request made by employers to say we want equivalency, they can assess that request. So we had an official within our department make an assessment of the standards. So these are and the standards and what is equivalent to what we commonly know as the N95, and then what are the other standards? European standards, Chinese standards, Australian, New Zealand standards, Korean, and Japanese standards. So an assessment was done, and this assessment included looking at what other bodies have done. So the Canadian Government of Canada had approved the equivalency of the standards, so that assessment was done. And also other provinces, including BC, had already approved this and actually have it listed. That was completed as well. So based on that, a recommendation was put forward to approve this on an employer-by-employer basis. Part of the challenge is if you're doing it only one employer-on-employer basis, doing the approval, that becomes very lengthy. So I made the decision to do it as a ministerial order, blanket protection, and be able, so that we have more options for employers to use these types of masks for their set purposes, right? But again, from an occupational health and safety standpoint, it's not just about its equivalency, but then people need to be trained in the proper use. There needs to be proper fit. There needs to be proper storage. All of these things are important for the proper use of this. And the fact of the matter is that these are being used in other provinces and has been endorsed by the Government of Canada as equivalency.
Honourable members, so the House is aware we have about 26 minutes remaining in this portion of the debate. I will recognize the Honourable Member for Calgary-Falconbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Minister, for all the work during this pandemic. I think you have done a great job. So when it comes to crocodile food, I think there was an unfortunate incident that there was an outbreak, and when it comes to crocodile or GPS food. And I appreciate the work you have done and also our government has done. It was great. It was great help. And I had a chance to talk to a few people who got affected. They were in the hospital. I talked to them. And when it comes to OHS and the EHS inspection, even it was a virtual before, I thought they were quite confident that whatever the employer could have done, I think they have done a good job. And even after the pandemic, and when you go to we just opened Calgary on Monday, but when you go to the small businesses and the use of PPE, I was surprised the guidelines they are following. I think they're training their employees too, how to identify the symptoms. Some even have those thermometers. They basically check your temperature before you walk into their premises, which is great. And also, I found that the employees would even to look for the symptoms, like if you have a symptoms and they have all kind of displays of like COVID symptoms, how to protect that. So it was great. I think something which we should appreciate, and I can see where the opposition is going, and you know, there might be some drawbacks, but that will be for another day. When it comes to PPEs, so I think mostly the businesses are using it. Some businesses, I've seen it using the face mask and also wearing the gloves. I think we need to...
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Well, thank you very much to the honourable member for not quite the question, so I'm not quite sure where you're driving with that. I can say, and I'll speak a little bit because you spoke in your opening remarks about the meat packing, and you know, again, we did have an outbreak, and two very large outbreaks in the plants. I am pleased to say now that at this point in time we have single digits, in regards to Cargill and regards to JBS in terms of confirmed infections. So it appears as it's the measures that have been put in place. Once we got involved and looked not only at what was happening within the workplace but around the workplace, and provided supports as well, because as Dr. Dina Hinshaw indicated, one of the challenges was, some of and it's not at all the fault of the workers there, but some of the challenges is they didn't have the space to self-isolate at home. So resources were provided for the plant to enable those workers to go stay at a hotel, to be able to self-isolate, to be able to stop the spread, and our learning from this is be able to look beyond just the initial workplace to be able to how we deal with that. So thank you very much for your comments, and the work is up and going now, and it appears that the work is safe and the measures that are being put in place. And I, like you, have seen, going out in Calgary, has seen employers and employees doing a very good job of working together to ensure that safety of not only Albertans who are using the services or who are shopping, but also being very responsible for employees themselves in terms of wiping down interaction amongst themselves, and also in certain cases wearing PPE where they can't get the distancing, and much of the guidance for wearing non-medical face masks for the general public, and also where which is similar for some workers who don't need this is
the honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much. You mentioned the WCB premium deferral in your opening comments, and I just wanted to talk about Workers' Compensation Board very briefly. First, with a comment that I think we need to be aware that there are some very high-risk professions that do not have mandatory WCB coverage, and as dental hygienists, just as a single example, are going back to work. They are in close proximity environments where they are at high risk of COVID-19. And they may or may not have WCB coverage because it is optional for their employee group. So that is more just a comment that I think the minister needs to review when he is able to. My question is along the lines of the WCB coverage when there is workplace transmission of COVID-19, because there will be some fields where it's very clear that someone contracted COVID-19 because they were in the workplace. That situation is fairly straightforward, but with more and more people returning to work and it becoming more difficult to identify, how are you keeping abreast of the WCB policies and procedures as they begin to roll out? And do you have any concerns about the COVID impacts on our workers' compensation system and its ability to respond and to provide the appropriate benefits and supports to employees who may contract COVID-19 because they are now going back to work?
Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member is quite correct in pointing out that WCB can apply where there's transmission of COVID-19 in the workplace. In fact, to date, there's 441 accepted cases. And this is being done based on the current rules that are in the legislation that exists today and actually existed under the previous government, where there is an assessment of each on an individual case, looking at what the likelihood and the probabilities are in terms of is it contracted at the workplace or contracted elsewhere, and there's a number of factors that go into that decision. But such cases are being accepted. Now, in regards to the follow-up question in terms of the benefits associated with the claims, as the honourable member knows, often the benefits are associated with the claims are, for someone who's just sick benefits and full sick benefits associated with that would apply. And then in the cases where a WCB claim is accepted, and sadly someone who passed away, then the full fatality benefits apply, which includes funeral expenses, grief counseling for all immediate family members, financial survivor benefits, including a lump sum fatality benefit, then employment support to a spouse who is not gainfully employed. So all that applies, standard COVID-19 versus not COVID-19. Now, thankfully, that applies in very rare cases in terms of workers, and most of the cases is associated with disability benefits for often a shorter period of time. So we haven't done the total cost associated with this, but when you look at that's a great question. I'll have to get back to the honourable member on that. But my initial assessment is when most of the costs are associated with a short period of time of basic, in essence, sick benefits, then it's not a significant as significant an impact as some other injuries may, where you'd be off longer periods of time and rehabilitation required.
Honourable members, for the benefit of those here, we have 18 minutes remaining in this section of 50 minutes of debate. I see the honourable member for Stony Plain, Spruce Grove.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise here in the legislature. First of all, I'd just like to thank the minister for some of his comments and answers, to many of the questions here. As a long-term member of a private sector union here in the province, I've worked quite a bit with quite a few employers over many, many years on job safety plans to try to make work sites safer for many of my colleagues that I worked with on various construction sites around Alberta. And so I appreciate a lot of the work that you have done, Minister, over this time. As I mentioned before to you yourself and to other members of this House, there actually is a Cargill plant located in Spruce Grove. It actually makes most of the McDonald's hamburgers all across Canada. And during this time, talking with the workers and the management at that location, they've continued to follow many of the rules that your ministry has put forward to provide a safe working environment so the workers can continue to provide for their families and provide goods and services to many of residents of Spruce Grove. So I guess my question to you, Minister, is that there are countless examples of other businesses that have been able to follow the rules that you've been able to put forth, that they've been able to operate within this context of COVID within a safe manner. I was just wondering, for the benefit of the House, if you could maybe highlight a couple of those positive examples of other businesses or sectors that have been able to still continue to work and yet maintain worker safety during this time. Thank you.
The Honourable, the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. The honourable member is quite right, as I indicated in a previous answer. This has been largely, not entirely, but largely a success story, both in terms of the work that Albertans have done on flattening the curve, but also maintaining safety from a health and safety standpoint, both employers and employees in the work sites. We have over 160,000 work sites in the province, and we've had 41 outbreaks. Now, don't get me wrong, some of those outbreaks, like at Cargill and JBS, were large in those two locations. But the others, we've been able to get a handle on very quickly, and we look at it as a percentage of the overall workplaces that we have. It's less than 0.03 or 0.02, depending on how you want to do the math, which shows a tremendous success of people working together to ensure that they follow the guidance of the Chief Medical Officer of Health. And Mr. Speaker, as a Premier indicated earlier, that we have had a relatively light touch in sort of shutting down areas of the economy as in response to COVID-19. And so we've had sectors of the economy, including construction in particular, right, which continue to operate, and as the honourable member, his background is in the construction, continue to operate through this. And we've had the industry players from construction put out best practices guidelines, working with their union counterparts to be able to do that with endorsement and put that out. And we actually have that on our occupational health and safety website, best practices guidelines, and employers are following that. So we're not getting the stories that you've heard maybe 4 to 6 weeks ago from Ontario, where horror stories where there's significant issues. And I imagine that's maybe one of the reasons why the right to refuse is being used so much more there than it is here, because we have employers and employees working together and acting reasonably, as Albertans do. So I think that to some regards it's been a success story.
Just encourage the Honourable Minister to perhaps direct his comments in this direction, not necessarily because I'm hoping that you'll look at me, but more so for Hansard's benefit. When you are looking away from the microphone, it's difficult for them to follow along at home. The Honourable, the member for Edmonton Millwoods, has a question.
Thank you very much. My next question to the Minister is on kind of two separate but seem similar topics. The single site ministerial order that you signed, but I believe the implementation was being managed through health, the coordination of the parties. And so are in long-term care, making sure that the monies being given or being used to increase the wages of those it's intended to. My question on this situation is, will you, as the minister who signed the order and the Minister of Labour, be monitoring the situation to make sure that no one loses their job once the risk has passed as a result of having to force to choose a single site? And I believe there's already one case going to the Labour Relations Board around this. And so my question is, just as the minister who signed the order, does your office have any role in making sure that this is a smooth rollout? And secondly, the wage top-ups for essential workers, how is Alberta participating in that conversation? Is that through you and your office? And are you consulting with organized labour when talking about how Alberta will implement the essential services wage top-up discussion? I know Labour has requested to be able to share their thoughts on that. What process are you using?
The Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to avoid bobbing and weaving for Hansard. So in regards to the first question for the ministerial order, as the honourable member knows, we did some engagement of the industry players and some union players to help draft that, and we put a mechanism to address disputes in that ministerial order, which was to go to the Alberta Labour Relations Board. So from that perspective, I would suggest that the parties who provided the advice were wise, and I would thank them to making that suggestion and put that in. The honourable member is quite right. We do have one dispute before the board, but that is for the board to decide. We put that in place on purpose. So there is a dispute. There is a dispute mechanism and is being used, and given that is a quasi-judicial body, I can't comment any further on that. But that's what the parties suggested. That's what I put in place, and I think that's appropriate and is being used appropriately in that context. In regards to the wage top-up, this is a federal program. We need to engage, and the federal government needs to sign off on any programs, and they set the criteria for that. We are in conversations with the federal government about the criteria and how it works. I understand other provinces have taken different approaches to this. We are understanding what kind of flexibility that we have associated with that. The conversations are ongoing, and then once we get a better understanding of that, then we can move forward in terms of what's the best process and how we're going to make this happen at that point in time. But we are still in conversations, and we hope to be able to have a better handle on that within the coming couple of weeks.
Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much for that, Minister. And so I will assume from your answer that you are the minister responsible for this essential workers wage top-up. You're currently working with the federal government, and yes, you are prepared to consult and involve Labour as they have requested. You are welcome to correct me in your next rebuttal if I've misunderstood that, but that's what I think I heard. My next questions are just in your role as Minister of Immigration as well, because My first concern is I've been hearing from a number of workers who are concerned about needing more flexibility. The AINP site has been updated with more language kind of indicating that. Are you currently in conversations with the federal government around temporary foreign workers who had closed work permits, who may have been laid off as a result, and making sure that perhaps they would be able to find work, if they found work with other employers, that would be accommodated, or some other measure of flexibility, perhaps their AINP applications will be approved regardless. Secondly, we've spoken in this chamber the last COVID debate about the critical need for healthcare for all. And as the minister responsible for immigration, I'm going to raise this again with you. Understanding that your government has said no one will pay for COVID-19 related treatments, that is still a huge barrier for someone who does not have health care coverage, because if they don't know if they have COVID-19 or not, they are worried that if it's not COVID-19, that they will get a bill. And so you have vulnerable workers who will make the choice to continue to work or to hide an illness because they're worried about the financial costs. This call has been made very loudly and clearly from a number of representative organizations. It's already been done in other jurisdictions, and I repeat my call to you as the minister responsible for immigration to hear the voices of many of these workers in Alberta who are worried that they don't have health care coverage and they're not going to get the treatment that they need.
The Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just for clarification, we're waiting to get feedback from the feds in terms of the criteria, and then we'll decide how we move from there. So I just want to be clear about that. In regards to the Alberta Immigration Nominee Program, we recognize as COVID-19, and there's a number of applicants in the process, and COVID-19 makes it more difficult for them, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, to get through the process. So we've made a number of temporary adjustments to assist applicants during this time. They no longer require original documents or signatures, accepting copies. We are not declining incomplete applications, and we're providing the applicant time to complete the application and demonstrate they comply with eligibility requirements. So up to 60 days at this point, with a possibility of extension, because some TFWs may have lost their jobs they're applying, and that was a common stream for AINP. TFWs come through that, and if they lost their job and they don't have a job, that may impact them. So we've done up to 60 days with an extension, and we're delaying, quite frankly, application decisions for up to 60 days, and again, with another possibility of extension, allowing the applicant more time to provide the required information. We are sensitive to the fact that some TFWs have lost their job, and ongoing now, recognizing, as the Honourable Member knows, the TFW program is a federal government program, and they run the program, but we're in ongoing conversation with the federal government. They're looking to provide flexibility. Often if a TFW has a permit to work at one location, they got laid off, to make it broader, and if they can find another job, and actually providing bridging for them so not to be able to say right away. So we're working with the feds in that regards, because we understand some of the difficulties with TFWs who are already here, and quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, have trouble getting home, and may deal with the healthcare issue in the next round.
The Honourable Member for Banff-Kananaskis has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually going to go off a bit of the vein that we're already on, and I want to start by thanking the Honourable Minister for all of his work over the past couple months. I know he's had an incredibly difficult task and a busy few months being in charge of the Labour portfolio, so I'm very grateful for all the work he's done in keeping Albertans safe and making sure that our labour issues and our labour market runs as freely and as naturally as it can. So I want to go off the vein of the temporary foreign worker program. As I'm sure you know, I represent the riding of Banff-Kananaskis, and what's interesting is over the last few years, while the rest of Alberta has struggled with not having enough jobs, my riding has actually had too many jobs, and that we've actually had a labour shortage. And what's interesting is that Banff, because it relies heavily on international tourism for its economy, has been kind of able to withstand the blows of the economic downturn up until now. And so, but that being said, as a mountain park, and I know my member across the way for who represents Jasper, deals with some of the same issues, in that our mountain parks and our tourism industry in these areas relies heavily on temporary foreign workers and seasonal workers. And as I said, we've had a labor shortage the last few years, and now that businesses are starting to reopen, and there's concerns around borders opening and labor shortages, I'm wondering if the minister can speak to how the temporary foreign worker program has been affected or how it's working in mountain parks, and if there are any considerations that will be taken going forward to ensure that our small businesses and our tourism industry has the labor to support it.
There is 5 minutes remaining in the debate for this period. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Yes, very much aware of how the mountain parks rely not only on temporary foreign workers, but, Mr. Speaker, there are other federal programs which allow for the students, and when we go to Banff Springs Hotel, it's often the Aussies that are there to be able to move around. And this is an agreement between a number of countries, that the federal government has entered into, which allows for workers to come in, work for a period of time, get experience, and then move on. And the bulk of the workers in the mountain parks are actually under that program, not the TFW program. But the TFW is critically important. And the fact is that with the closure that we've had. A number of these individuals under that federal program, they went home because they get home early. Now, some haven't, some have stayed, and then may be able to be, as we reopen again, may be able to be reemployed. From a temporary foreign workers, we continue to support the temporary foreign worker program in the mountain parks, and in particular, we're working with the federal government to maintain those programs and allowances for temporary foreign workers to come in. We do understand there are challenges. And we're working with the federal government because if you have someone who comes in overseas, Mr. Speaker, they have a requirement for 2 weeks self-isolation, and they have to this individual know about all the rules that we have in Alberta to keep workers safe. In that regard, we've been working with the federal government to be able to explain the newcomers who are coming in under that program, so they can explain that. And Mr. Speaker, I said I wouldn't bob and weave, and I'm doing it again. And, Mr. Speaker, we also have an office that assists temporary foreign workers. Now, granted, it's a federal program, but this is a provincial office to provide questions, to assist them with the obligations that they have, and so that if they are laid off, they can come to us, or if they're concerned about the occupational health and safety issues.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Millwoods.
Thank you very much. On the same theme, on the question of healthcare for all, which we were talking about in the last set of questions. Essentially, one of the keys to getting through this pandemic is everyone needs to be able to listen to the directives of the Chief Medical Officer of Health. One of those is stay home if you are sick. Go and get tested if you think you may have COVID-19. That's where healthcare for all would very much help. But the stay home if you are sick is one that not everyone is able to follow. And in fact, we know that people at the lower end of the income scale have way fewer paid sick days, many of them 0 paid sick days or job protected. Now, unpaid job protected leave, your government has granted through 2 different leaves, but if someone can't afford to take the time to come off, we are putting them in a position of having to make a decision between buying food for the family or going into work sick and maybe trying to hide that they are sick. It's a really, really tough position to put workers in. There is a national conversation happening around 10 paid sick days, and the initial ideas are being floated that it be funded through the federal government to help offset costs, to not add on costs to businesses which are already hurting, but to support the businesses who don't want their workers to come in sick, and to support the workers who need to follow the direction of the Chief Medical Officer of Health. Will you be the lead for this government given your role managing employment standards, or will it be the Minister of Finance at the table having these conversations on a national scale? And do you support more access to paid sick days to protect Alberta's workers and to help them to follow the medical advice of our Chief Medical Officer of Health?
Honourable members, there's 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining for the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks again to the honourable member for the questions. And I'll deal with, let's deal with the federal 10 sick day leave. Mr. Speaker, as indicated during question period, this is an item that was just announced earlier this week. We are seeking greater clarification in terms of what the federal government is seeking to accomplish and how they are seeking to accomplish this. And we want to be thoughtful about this, right, in terms of addressing how we would implement this. The honourable member across the way is asking me if I have point on this issue. Again, we make decisions as a cabinet, we make decisions as a government. There are lots of other ministries involved. Will be involved in terms of doing or making decisions around this. However, we'll be working, in terms of understanding what the suggestions are by the federal government, how they want to implement it, what the parameters are, and then whether or not we can make it work for Alberta. I will say, Mr. Speaker, that we understand the need for this. The emergency isolation support program was put in place for this reason. Now, don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker, there were challenges associated with it. We set it up very quickly, but the reason we set it up was that so people who had to self-isolate didn't have to make the choice between I need to self-isolate and not get paid. So that's why we set it up. And the federal government then set up the CERB to do that and much more, right? But that was the main reason we set that up. So we want to get a better understanding from the federal government in terms of how they're going to fund this, what are the requirements, and what are the direction, and then we can move forward in terms of making a decision. So I want to thank the
honourable members. That concludes our debate on labour and immigration for the purposes of the delivery of Government Motion 19. We will now move to a debate, or an update, I should say, from the Honourable Minister of Education. I'm not sure if the Honourable Minister has officials who would like to join you in the chamber this afternoon. Is that correct? Okay, well, why don't we just give everybody 2 quick minutes here while our Labour and Immigration officials head out of the chamber, and we'll get the education officials in, and then we'll have you begin with your opening statement in just a minute or so. Honourable members, we will now proceed to a period of 10 minutes where the Minister of Education has the opportunity to provide an update to the House on the COVID-19 response, and that will be followed by a period of 50 minutes of question and answer with the Minister. The Honourable, the Minister of Education.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today and update members of the House on my ministry's COVID-19 response and to recap some of the steps we've taken to continue student learning and adapt to our new reality. First, I would like to thank everyone involved in our education system for stepping up and adapting to different ways of learning outside of the classroom. It's truly remarkable how much has been achieved in less than 3 months. When in-school classes were suspended across Canada, Alberta was one of the first provinces to put together guidelines to continue teacher-directed learning under these circumstances. That was in March. In fact, many jurisdictions reached out to us in Alberta to discuss our approach for at-home learning. In late April, we confirmed that at-home learning would continue for the remainder of the school year to provide certainty to students, to parents, to educators, and to school authorities. Teachers and schools are continuing to use multiple approaches when it comes to delivering course content until the end of this school year. The majority of school boards are offering online learning, and about half are also emailing or sending paper-based homework to their students. I know continuing student learning so quickly after in-school classes were suspended would have not been possible without the dedication, the passion, and the commitment of teachers and school board staff and leaders and parents. From day one of this pandemic, we've been working closely with our education partners to ensure students are getting the support that they need. We worked with school authorities to provide 60,000 devices, such as laptops and tablets, to students based on need, so that they could continue to learn from home. I also redirected $3 million set aside for a pilot project within our school nutrition program to 9 nonprofits to ensure children and youth had access to nutrition programs at school, did not go hungry while in-school classes were suspended. I'm glad to give you an update that all the nonprofits received their funding and are working to support vulnerable students and their families for the remainder of this school year. Some school authorities have developed new ways to continue providing food assistance to students and their families, including grocery vouchers and food hampers. We also gave the option to school authorities who were unable to continue the nutrition program to direct their remaining funds to nonprofits who could then further provide assistance to their communities. Some have chosen to do so. As the end of the school year approaches, we have been working in the past weeks with our education partners to prepare for summer school for those who offer it, and on the re-entry plan for the upcoming school year in September. Our re-entry plan is based on the best information at hand today, and with the safety of students and staff always being our top priority. I've had many meetings with our education partners and asked for their input. We shared a draft plan with school authorities and partners, including the Alberta Teachers Association and the Alberta School Councils Association. My department continues to work on incorporating feedback from our education partners to refine the plan. It is my hope to share the school re-entry plan with everyone as soon as possible. I know many parents who are keen to know what school may look like in the fall and how summer school will proceed. The re-entry plan will provide clarity on areas such as student learning, transportation, hygiene and cleaning protocols, PPE, specialized supports for students with special needs, extracurricular activities, and provincial exams. Mental health supports is also a key element in the plan. We will continue to work with school authorities to ensure these supports reach our children and their families and are used in the most responsive and effective ways at the local level. As I shared with Albertans earlier this month, we are planning for 3 possible scenarios in September. I've often said over the past weeks that we are hoping for the best while always preparing for the worst. In scenario 1, schools are open and operate as much as possible under normal circumstances. For scenario 2, schools are generally open, but with some health restrictions in place. This could include physical distancing guidelines and hygiene measures. In scenario 3, at-home learning continues much like it does right now. I would like to reiterate that the safety of students and staff will remain our guiding principle as we finalize the re-entry plan. We are working with the Chief Medical Officer of Health on public health guidelines for schools. By August 1st, the province will make a decision on which scenario will be implemented for the beginning of the school year based on Dr. Hinshaw's advice and the regional relaunch stages. Also this summer, the temporary funding adjustment that we announced on March 28th will end, and full funding will be restored as of July 1st of this year. As I've always stressed, this was a temporary measure due to the suspension of in-school classes and to allow additional dollars to be directed to the province's overall COVID-19 response. This was a very difficult decision that was not made lightly. Full funding, as laid out in Budget 2020 and communicated to every school division and school authority earlier this month, will flow as boards prepare for the new school year. I also want to provide a quick update on summer school. As you may recall, summer school was included as a possible activity under Phase 1 of Alberta's relaunch strategy. While not all school authorities offer summer school, our direction to those that do is to follow health restrictions if they would like to offer summer programming. That said, we do know that registration numbers are down compared to last year overall, which is not surprising given that the current COVID-19 environment. I also shared some good news with Albertans last week on capital funding. We have accelerated for school divisions an additional $250 million for school upkeep and renewal. That was part of our government's announcement in April to double the province's overall 2020-21 capital maintenance and renewal funding to stimulate job growth and support Alberta's economy. It's a win-win situation, as this extra funding will accelerate hundreds of projects in all school divisions across this province, while creating an estimated 3,750 jobs that will see more Albertans working again sooner. These projects are valued between $100,000 and $2.5 million, and every school division will receive funding. This is intended to allow school divisions to complete even more maintenance and renewal than they had planned, as originally planned on their typical year's budget. It will provide upgrades to schools and communities all over Alberta. I have asked school divisions to report on these projects that are able to move forward by the start of June. We expect the majority of them to be complete by this October. And hopefully when the time is right for students and staff to return back to work or back to school, some will be able to see how their schools have benefited from this funding. I know it's been a long few months for all students, parents, and the dedicated Albertans who work in our education system. I'm extremely, extremely, extremely proud of all the incredible, thoughtful, and innovative work that has gone on and has been accomplished to ensure students continue to learn. I look forward to sharing the reentry plan for the upcoming school year as soon as it's ready. And on a last note, I want to congratulate our graduating students. It really warms my heart to see that they can celebrate, even in the midst of a pandemic, that they are able to celebrate the successes they've had over the last 12, for some of them 13, when you include kindergarten years, and to ensure that they celebrate this special occasion and all the hard work that has gotten them to this point. I know it hasn't been the ideal situation for them to celebrate in this manner, but I congratulate every single one of those students. Well done, and celebrate what you have indeed earned. And I wish them all the very, very best. So thank you for allowing me this opportunity to provide the update, and I look forward to the questions.
Honourable members, we will now proceed to a period of 50 minutes of question and answer to the Honourable Minister of Education. It will be done so where no member is able to speak for more than 2 minutes in duration, and will alternate between private members of the Opposition Caucus and private members of the Government Caucus should there be questions from both sides. The time is now 5:47, and we will conclude at 6:37. The member for Edmonton Glenora has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by acknowledging that there was another announcement today that 2 more Albertans have died of COVID, and certainly our thoughts are with all of those who've been impacted, whether it's directly through a fatality or illness, or anyone who's been impacted at home. This has been a very memorable year, I think, for most graduating classes want to really remember their grade 12 year, and I have no doubt that the grade 12 students of 2020 will never forget what happened this year and the impacts on our entire province and on them personally. I want to begin with a question that I did ask the minister privately, and I think she said she was going to look into it some more, so I'll put it here on the record, and that's around the 60,000 devices that she mentioned earlier. And the number is a rolled up number between school divisions, the Métis Nation of Alberta, and the Government of Alberta, she said a number of times. So I'm wondering specifically how many of those are Government of Alberta acquired devices. Many of them, I imagine, are from school divisions, and the school division currently owns the asset, but I'm sure many of you have fundraised for various school activities, and often what happens at those schools is they'll buy capital and donate it to the school and to the school authority. So they'll buy smart boards, they'll buy tablets, they'll buy computers, they'll buy even musical instruments and those types of things that then, so that parent fundraised money buys assets that get donated to the school authority. So I imagine that most of the school division devices were ones that parents already fundraised for. So I'm specifically asking about how many Government of Alberta acquired and disseminated devices there were out of those 60,000, Mr. Speaker, because certainly a lot of parents have asked us to consider a model similar to what's happened in Ontario, where parents actually receive a direct payment to help with the increased costs that they're facing. And I think most parents would say that they've had significant increased costs with emergency remote home education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable the Minister of Education.
Well, thank you so much for the question, and you are right. There was over 60,000 devices, including laptops, Chromebooks, tablets, and iPads that were provided to students. As well, the Métis Nation of Alberta, in partnership with Rupert's Land Institute, had purchased more than 2,200 devices for self-identified Métis students across Alberta. United Way also contributed Chromebooks to school authorities and provided financial support for internet access to those families that were in need. Private sector donated Chromebooks and computers to school authorities. Service Alberta computers were matched with hard drives for deployment to schools. And many schools who had older equipment refurbished it or had equipment that wasn't being used, and they have lent those out and have also offered payment plans to families. We've continued to work with industry partners and have provided those names to school divisions, whether they're the major providers of internet, etc., and some of the plans that they had available specifically designed to help students out. So we continue to do that. As far as like specific numbers, we're going to still have to get all of those from school divisions. Those exact numbers haven't been drilled down exactly, but we do have the ability to say that we have all come together as an education community, including those that are government, those that are school-owned, and as well as school authority-owned, as well as private partners and nonprofits, all for the betterment of students. And we continue to improve upon that on a daily basis, weekly basis. My department is in constant contact with those. We've lately had not had a great influx of requirement for further need, but we're always open to address any need that arises, and we've been doing that on a school division by school division basis.
Are there other members who are hoping to ask a question? The Honourable Member for Camrose has a question.
Well, I wanted to start off by thanking you, Minister, for coming to my constituency this summer. You worked it in on your tour. No, it wasn't in the summer, it was in the winter. And I just wanted to share that Minister did snow angels with me in the snow in front of the school, and it was such a good example for the kids that you were able to have fun. And so you and I and the superintendent were on the snow making snow angels, and that was a very memorable moment for me. So thank you for doing that. I also wanted to ask you a question. There's been some confusion with one of my school boards regarding some funding. So I see from what I've received that there's been an increase in the funding, but they are under the understanding that there's been a change with their PUF funding. And so I'm just seeking some clarification so that I can bring that information back to them so that it's more clear for them. Thank you, Minister.
We hear from the Minister. I want to ensure, and I don't know the details of all of the what's happening, and I'm not sure if the PUF funding or whatever the question is about is specifically related to COVID or not, and maybe it is. This will serve as a general reminder that the questions and answers today should be specific to actions that the government is taking as a result of COVID, and maybe this is, and I just don't know, but that will serve as a general reminder for all members of the Assembly that will be the case. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, and thank you. It was great to be in your constituency, and it was great to make snow angels, and I can't say that I'm sad to see the snow has left, but that being said, as far as it relates to PUF and COVID, we had no changes to the PUF funding in this current year with COVID, and the money continues to flow. Those resources are still there for school boards to access and to provide for their most vulnerable children. It is important that, especially given the circumstances of COVID and the challenges that it places, especially for our vulnerable children, often who are medically fragile as well, that school boards are able to access those funds and utilize them in the most appropriate way to benefit those students. So there had been no changes to the PUF funding throughout the COVID epidemic.
Member for Edmonton, Glenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And so just to reiterate in my last question, the question was specifically about Government of Alberta acquired devices. How many Government of Alberta devices were given out within that 60,000? So I don't need the district numbers. I'm confident that we can get those. And I'm specifically asking about Government of Alberta. I think Service Alberta was the one ministry that was mentioned. So it'd be great if we could actually have a number, ideally today. If not, if it could be tabled in this House, that certainly would suffice. But how many Government of Alberta, not district-owned, not Métis Nation-owned, not private sector-owned devices were actually given out? Because that certainly was the highlight of the 60,000 number when it was originally rolled out. So that would be very helpful. And I do want to say that when I've been talking to teachers, most have said somewhere between 20 and 30% of the kids are getting their work done, no problem, submitting it before deadline. About 50% of the kids are getting some of the work done most of the time. And about the other 20 to 30% of the kids they haven't heard anything from for months. Many of them have said this in a variety of different settings. So I think that's probably an anecdote that I've heard probably from at least 5 different teachers in the last week. So I imagine it's probably not far from the reality. So are you working, because I think that those kids probably don't have access to technology in a large portion and don't have a regular way of connecting. And these teachers have tried their best to track down these kids. But if a kid goes dark and doesn't have access to technology to stay connected, it's really, really tough. So have you been working with the ATA and with school authorities to track these numbers of kids that haven't been able to actively participate? And what are you doing to ensure that there is actually, that gap gets eliminated in the remaining 5-ish weeks of school? Because certainly they've already lost a significant portion of time. We wouldn't want them to lose more. And especially if, when the fall comes, we aren't at full back to normal status, because we don't know yet. There are the 3 scenarios. What are we going to ensure that students who have already lost significant progress don't lose even more in the weeks ahead and potentially months?
The Minister of Education.
Thank you for the questions. And so I'll start with the computers. Again, you wanted more specific numbers. Checking with my colleagues here, we have what is called the Computer for Schools program that not even through just COVID, but at any point in time, we are looking to provide schools with the technology, with computers, and that's something that we have on an ongoing basis and has just been ramped up through COVID. We will certainly get you those numbers from that program, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As far as students going dark, we know that there is a percentage of students that are going dark. Of course, this is school divisions. I'm in constant contact with the College of Superintendents, Alberta Superintendents, who is monitoring that at the division level with their school divisions. They're in constant contact with the principals, who are in constant contact with their teachers to ensure that we are connecting with those individuals. The teachers are following up with phone calls. And I know of teachers who have actually gone to students' homes and have made sure that the students are fine and that everything is going all right. We cannot force parents or students to do the work, but we are certainly encouraging, strongly encouraging, and doing everything within our power to make that a reality. I'm sorry, the last piece of your question was... Oh, and working with the ATA, absolutely. So we're working with all our education partners. As you'd indicated, we have been very much on the reentry plan, ensuring that we are talking to the parent groups, the Alberta School Councils Association, the ATA, the College of Alberta Superintendents, the Alberta School Boards Association. All of us have come together, and we're working together. And beyond that, they're far-reaching tentacles. The Alberta School Councils Association just did a survey.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Calgary...
Falcon.
Where?
Falcon.
Falconridge. I'm a terrible person. The Honourable Member for Calgary Falcon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I just want to start by saying thank you to the Minister. You have done a wonderful job. I think once the COVID-19 starts, I think the first fear we have it, what will happen to the kids in the school. The way we handle it, I think it went very well. So kudos to the ministry and their staff, and same as to Mr. Speaker. So I want to start by saying this, that I represent Calgary Falconridge, which is in the northeast, and I got a chance to talk to a lot of parents and students, and they made tough choices during COVID-19. They did, and it might be a virtual learning, it might be a technical issues. So what I found is that there are a lot of kids who are on the waiting list in the charter schools. There was a cap from the ministry before. I think there was a cap of 13 charter schools, or maybe 14, 15. So, and it's not only the number of schools, but also the number of the students they can have it. And I think there was what kind of a program they have it. But I was surprised that there are thousands of students on the waiting list in Calgary, thousands. And some of those students are going all the way from northeast to the south end. So basically spending hours just in the transportation. So there is a huge demand in northeast, the area I represent, and I think after we come out of this COVID-19, there will be some new initiatives we need to take. And so my question is, Minister, that are you looking for giving more choices to the parents or students in the future?
My apologies to the honourable member from Calgary Falconridge. Similarly to the previous question, it's important that they are specific to the government's COVID response. I suppose it's reasonable to think that COVID did impact charter schools as well. I'm not sure if that was your question, but I'll provide a general caution that the question should be about the government's response. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. The COVID pandemic affected all schools, including our charter schools, absolutely. I've been very encouraged by the collaboration that we've had from the various associations, as I said earlier, the Alberta School Boards Association, but also the Independent Schools Association, the Charter School Association. There's a number of them. They've all come together with the common good of looking after all students, recognizing that all students in Alberta need to have their learning needs assessed. It's why when we first looked at our response and how we would react to the pandemic, we made the very critical decision that we would not be canceling classes, only in-school classes, that we wanted children to learn. It's what we heard from all of the education partners. It's what we've heard from parents. They didn't want, some areas of the country chose to do different things and suspended learning, suspended classes, canceled classes, whereas we very much wanted to ensure that students had the opportunity to continue learning. It's just in a new format. There will be many things that we will learn as a result of COVID-19. There already the cooperation amongst school divisions, the ability to utilize online programming and expand that, the partnerships that we've developed with other agencies. There's so much that I can say will be silver linings in all of this. For all types of learning, and I look forward to bringing forward the Choice in Education Act in the days to come.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I want to take a moment to talk a little bit about the Education Helpline. I didn't hear that in the opening remarks. I expected that we probably would. I know that on the heels of the more than 20,000 staff being laid off, education staff, which was just 2 weeks after the budget was brought forward so quickly in this place, felt a lot like this, actually, the debate process around that budget, that there was a decision to cut the grants for education, and the directive was made around laying off a number of different staff, including educational assistants. And then in the weeks that followed, the minister announced there would be this education helpline. I've had many concerns raised and complaints brought to my office about the lack of support on that phone number, on the people who are there to help. A number of people have said they felt like it was more that they were asked to complain about their teachers or their principals rather than to get new resources or supports. They were told, well, your teacher or your principal should really be providing all the support, even though these are parents that have known their school for a number of years and have worked with them, and they're now, many of them, down an educational assistant, and we're hoping to get some new additional support that was sort of alluded to in the announcement. So my questions around the education helpline are a few of them. Number one, what type of staff member is answering the phone? Like, what's their credential? What's their experience? Are they new staff to Alberta Education, or are they existing staff? So who's on the phone? Number two, around the script, it seems like it's essentially running a little bit like a call center. So what's the script, and would that be able to be tabled in this House? Like, what are the questions that are being asked and the recommendations that are being given? Because they seem to be a little bit varied. And really, what's are we assessing its effectiveness after each call and measuring whether or not that's a useful resource or investment, or if parents are just finding it frustrating? Because many are telling me they find it very frustrating. Thank you.
The Minister of Education.
Hey, thank you for the question. The helpline was put in place specifically during COVID because we were hearing from parents that, particularly parents that had special needs children, that they wanted some further direction. And oftentimes it wasn't so much that the resources weren't there. It was the fact that they didn't know how to access them. And so the helpline is there to supplement and enhance what school divisions already have in place. And when I look at, and she would know this, the honourable member was a former school trustee as well, that there's always a protocol in place when a parent has a concern or has a question, and typically that protocol is to go to the teacher. If they don't find the answers they need at that level, then they progress up to the principal and to the superintendent, to the board. Of course, the staff that are manning the phone line are my department staff. They're experienced staff. They've been there a long time, is my understanding. They're senior managers, in fact. And they are, first and foremost, ensuring that the proper protocols have been adhered to, that parents and those that are phoning the line are first being asked, have you talked to your teacher? Have you talked to your principal, to your superintendent? Because that's always your first go-to. Beyond that, if there's additional questions, if they're looking for additional help and supports and resources, that's where we're hoping to connect them with whatever else they may be looking for. Could I give you a script? I don't know that we have a script in terms of we don't know what each particular parent is looking for. So we are trying to address those individual needs that they have. As we've heard, they want them addressed.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Leduc-Beaumont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just start off by saying thank you to the Minister for the work that you've done, and I've recently spoken with some trustees in my riding who are very complimentary of the work during the COVID-19 process. And I'd also like to take a moment to thank the teachers and the parents who on very short notice had to quickly adapt to a new way of teaching their children and their students, and just really say thank you for doing that. I'm assuming for many it was quite a challenge, and for others they might have had to brush up on a few things to help get their kids through some math or maybe some social studies themselves. And I hope that process has been positive for everybody. And also to hear about the 60,000 devices that have gone out to support student learning in the nutrition program. There was a lot of steps taken very quickly by your ministry to support students and to support parents as well. I have two questions. Basically, around COVID-19, you talked about a regional response, or not regional, sorry, but three potential scenarios, fully general and sort of a status quo. If you could talk about whether or not that could be developed regionally. So will you be looking at Calgary as a separate area versus Edmonton and across the province as you look for a reopening over the summer into the new school year? And second, as we come into June and the grade 12 students, if you could go through what diploma exams look like, how they're going to be tested in the final months of their student career in the K-12 portion of it anyways, and then what the universities are doing or post-secondaries are doing, accepting certain grades, or how those exams are going to be looked at, depending on the percentages that they're getting. Is there any leeway there? So I was just hoping if you could provide some comment on those two questions, please.
Of Education.
Absolutely. Thank you for the questions. So are we looking at, in the scenarios in the reentry plan, for a regional approach? Absolutely. We will be looking at adhering to the guidance of our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Dina Hinshaw, and Alberta Health, and everything that they give us in terms of advice on how to proceed. And if there are hot spots, how we can address those hot spots. And so a regional approach, much as you've seen for the greater reentry plan, will certainly be what we are looking to bring forward as well. As far as the graduations go, we have cancelled all graduation diploma exams as well as PATs, so they will not continue. Marks will be based, the teacher has the ability to give the student the mark dependent on the work that they've done to date and the work that they're completing for the rest of this school year. Post-secondaries, we've been working with post-secondaries behind the scenes to ensure that they recognize the fact that we are in extraordinary times and that students, are very much concerned that this will affect their ability to get into post-secondary. And so they have very much understood that and are working with us to determine how those grades will be looked at. But of course, they have students that are in the same situation as well, that are having to complete their studies in a new format, given extraordinary circumstances, and have been very, very good to work with in that regard. I think I've covered all three, but if I've missed something, please feel free to tell me if I've missed something.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I posted about this debate coming up yesterday, I had about 200 questions written in from mostly parents who were hoping that we'd be able to get through as many of them as possible. So I'm going to do my absolute best to be able to honor their questions. One that I want to do at this point in time is specifically around, and it was mentioned that a number of parents of students who have special needs have been calling in and wanting more support. They've been working with their principals and their teachers for years, most of them. It was after their educational assistants were laid off that this number was announced, and part of it was to say, we're going to help you, parents of students with extreme needs, and they are very frustrated because they know the system well. They don't need somebody to tell them how to re-advocate over and over again. They've been doing that for years. They want more resources, which is what the announcement initially said would be in place, that there would be more supports and more strategies, more people to help parents, and they definitely are feeling that instead they're being given the runaround and told that that they should go back to their school, or that the department will go to their school. And that actually creates a heightened sense of fear often among parents and school staff, because they're worried that they're being asked to complain and that this could be held against the staff that are working so hard to try to meet their needs. But of course, with the important educational assistance support being cut, it's not available. So I do want to say I appreciate the commitment to making a decision by August 1st. The parents have asked if the commitment will be made to announce it on August 1st as well, not just deciding and waiting, because they would like to be able to plan if they require childcare. So we're hoping for that. Another one of the parent questions that I'll do in this exchange was around trauma counseling supports. We know that during the floods of 2013, for example, there was a specific strategy around trauma counseling and how it related to what students had experienced during that time. Is that something that's being developed in your ministry at present to make sure that the needs of these students are met?
Education.
Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you for parents that are connecting with you. I know that many parents are connecting with us. And also the Alberta School Councils Association just put out a survey. They've had over 65,000 responses that they're right now distilling through. All parents that have a desire to have input into what the reentry plan looks like, what some of their concerns are, what have been some of the successes, what has not worked so well. So definitely we're always listening to parents. I just want to go to the point that the PUF funding and funding for special needs children did not change. That continued to flow to all school divisions, and certainly school divisions were putting those people in place to work with that cohort of students that have special needs. When you, again, even prior to when we made the announcement that in-school classes would no longer continue, that at-home learning would be happening, there was a fear amongst this parent group because their children are vulnerable. Often, as I said, medically fragile as well. And in certain schools, there were upwards of 75% of those parents voluntarily keeping their children home prior to even the announcement that we made on March 16th, I believe was the date that we made that announcement. We have been working very, very closely with Inclusion Alberta, and which represents many parents across the province in terms of the special needs children, to very much address some of the concerns that we're hearing. And they are unique amongst that group. We also indicated that August 1st is the latest we will inform parents of the new reentry plan.
Are there others wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Thanks very much. One of the other parent questions here is ask the minister, please, if she's aware about the education cuts resulting in school mental health therapists already being laid off. If she knew this, why did she cut funding? And this, I think, is specifically around RCSD and the whole RCSD model after a decade being disbanded and these staff being left in the lurch. Many are told that they can apply on district-specific contracts for, 0.05 of a full-time equivalent position or those types of things. So particularly parents in rural communities have expressed significant concern around the lack of supports, specifically for mental health, but also around the other allied health folks that are part of RCSD. So occupational therapists, speech pathologists, supports for those who are deaf and hard of hearing, as well as those who are blind. They are in a state of chaos at this time. We also have been informed that a number of unionized AHS employees, that the extension was made through to the end of the summer, that there wouldn't be any layoffs. These RCSD employees are often AHS employees, but what does that mean on September 1st when they're supposed to be working with kids and supporting them in their transition to the next school year? So the question was originally around mental health therapists, but it is about all of the allied health that are employed through RCSD. There also, I want to touch on, Albertans are struggling with unprecedented job losses and loss of income. As we move to the relaunch phase, a question for the minister. The UCP promised to make life more affordable, with school fees rising after the elimination of the bill that capped school fees, with bus fees ballooning, like Rocky View, I think is where this parent's from. How does the UCP plan to keep the promise to Albertans who are already struggling with these bills, and now their fees are going up astronomically? So I'll stop there.
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Okay, so thank you for the questions. I just want to correct a misconception that I just heard, or perhaps the Honourable Member does not know this piece, but the regional collaborative service delivery model is still in effect till the end of this school year. School divisions receive the full funding for that, so there has been no change to the regional collaborative service delivery model through COVID. And as far as the new funding model, when we went out for engagement on the new funding model, it was certainly something that we heard from every school division, pretty well every school division across this province, that they felt that delivery model was not working for them. There was only one area where they felt that it was working and meeting their needs, and they have chosen, all those dollars have remained within the school divisions. The dollars that we were spending on that particular model is now within, has been dispersed amongst school divisions, and those in that particular area, they're choosing to pool those resources so they can provide it because it was working for them. The other areas said it wasn't working for them. Now they have the flexibility to do and provide services and hire those individuals that they want to provide those services. And I'm hearing great things from school divisions that they like this flexibility, and it's actually going to work better for them. They're going to be able to provide more service more effectively to more students. So as far as the relaunch in terms of transportation funding, in the upcoming model, we've actually increased funding in transportation. Transportation is always an issue. We're going to have to, and part of the reentry plan is something that we're looking at is transportation, because when you look at other provinces and other jurisdictions where they are providing transportation, they've gone back to in-school learning, but they are doing social distancing. It's almost cost prohibitive to have some of the measures in place.
Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora has the call.
Thank you. It'd be great if the minister could table the names and who it is that's supporting the RCSD elimination, because many organizations, parents and districts have reached out to me saying that they are deeply concerned with it. And I know the minister was on the board when it came into play 10 years ago, and I was as well at that time, because there was so much frustration around windshield time and how lack of service and coordination was done. And so many of the actual allied health professionals spent the majority of their time filing paperwork and tracking miles and trying to put together piecemeal contracts, particularly in rural and remote communities. So we've heard from a lot of folks in that in this area that they are deeply concerned about the impacts. So I would love, the minister said that there are a number of organizations or maybe she said divisions that support this move to eliminate RCSD. It'd be great if we could actually have some evidence to confirm that. Even private schools have reached out to me saying when they were part of RCSD in more of a regional way, they don't have enough kids to get a big enough grant to even. They've talked to folks in the department and we've told it's not going to be worth your time to apply because your enrollment's so low. But they have kids who have significant trauma that need counseling services, for example, and they were told that it's probably not going to be worth their time to actually apply for their portion of what used to be supported under RCSD when they work together as part of a larger region. Another question from a parent. It's specifically around the decision that was made earlier in the year prior to COVID, and maybe the minister is in a position to reverse this now, around getting rid of reporting class sizes. Because of course, a lot of parents are concerned that if we go back to class sizes that are as big or even bigger, CBE yesterday in their board deliberations said there will be 2 kids more per class on average, essentially. So how are we going to ensure appropriate physical distancing and a safe learning environment? One parent here says, my kid's supposed to have 35 plus kids in her class next year because of cuts. How can that be done safely?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Okay, so thank you again for the questions. And as I toured across the province, it was something that I did hear from school divisions in terms of the regional collaborative service delivery model, particularly in the remote and rural areas, because oftentimes they still had the issues with windshield time and positions that remained vacant because they couldn't get those specialties and attract those specialties to their areas. So they were looking at new and creative ways of filling those positions. So again, this was something that we heard as we engaged about the new funding model, that school divisions themselves, when they provided input, were wanting to change. So we responded to that information that we received from our school divisions, and we addressed the concerns that they wanted and have given them maximum flexibility to utilize those dollars to the best interest of their students within their local context. In terms of reporting class sizes, we have committed to working with the Alberta Teachers Association to form a group that, which we are in the process of forming, a task force of sorts, a committee of sorts to look at class size complexity, because it's, as everyone felt, as again we've consulted and talked to all of our education partners, that it's not just the size of classes, but the complexity of classes. You know, to be even more specific, when we talk about the CBE, it was something that when I looked at the audit that came back just recently and have addressed with CBE, that they had their percentages of teachers that were not in front of students was quite high. And so they're looking to address those. That was one of the recommendations, to address.
Are there any members wishing to speak? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So there are a number of questions around the early years, and particularly kindergarten, on the importance of play, tactile learning centers. I'm sure the minister has toured many kindergarten classrooms, as have I. My mom was a kindergarten teacher, so I spent a lot of time with her in her classroom. Kids touch stuff, they lick stuff, they share it with their friends, and they're deeply worried. And fair enough, you want to acknowledge the complexity of the classroom, that's fine, but don't start by getting rid of the data that we do have. Maybe that data isn't enough, then parents are saying, feel free to collect more data, but how is it going to be safe to have the same class sizes we had before COVID with these new concerns we have around safety, cleanliness, and appropriate protocols? So that is one. I want to say I was reading through trying to follow Dr. Hinshaw's update today, and I have a number of concerns around the multi-system inflammatory syndrome that she mentioned, that specifically children and adolescents has a possible case here in Alberta already, and something that seems to be spreading quite quickly in jurisdictions where it is. And I want to know that the minister has been part of discussions around this and what is going to be done to make sure that, because one of the things that was really interesting about COVID is that COVID specifically, we haven't seen many fatalities, particularly among young people, but multi-system inflammatory syndrome seems to be a significant risk, particularly around a number of organs. And how are we going to ensure that we keep students safe, as well as the staff who work with them and the parents they go home to at the end of the day? Thank you.
Hey, Minister of Education.
Okay. Thank you again for the questions. And what I would say is, first, in around the data is always there in terms of the class sizes, and I can instruct school divisions to provide me that data at a moment's notice, and when I require that data, I absolutely will. Again, I've already made the commitment and am working with the Alberta Teachers Association and other education partners to look at the complexity and size classes. That's all part of that discussion, and we will be looking at that. Absolutely right. Children are children. I have 7 of them myself. I know how busy they are, especially the little ones. I have 4 grandchildren, soon to be 5. And we are working with Alberta Health to provide us those protocols in terms of what will we require to keep the environment safe in terms of cleanliness, cleaning protocols, what types of cleaning cleaning materials do we need, et cetera, et cetera. So all of these things we are looking at, and we are in discussion as to how we can do it. Of course, the number 1 priority as part of our guiding principle when we developed the reentry plan was the safety and security of our children and of our staff. And so that is number 1 priority. We will always put that first. The multi-system inflammatory problem that is occurring with children is very real. I believe it's very much similar to Kawasaki disease when I've done my research. And so we are, I'm very much aware of that, and we are also, again, looking at that, ensuring that teachers know the signs and the symptoms to recognize. So that's going to be part of the protocols and provide part of the professional development that we're going to provide to our system to ensure that they can diagnose it.
I see the Honourable Member for Brooks Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to rise, and thank you to the Minister of Education for taking the time today to answer some of our questions around COVID-19. As much of us do in this House, I was taking some time, I was looking through my emails and looking at a lot of concerns from parents regarding going back in September. Overwhelmingly, I hear parents saying that they want to go back, and that actually their children are looking for ways to get back to school. They miss their friends, they miss school itself, which I was unfortunately one of those kids who always loved going to school. But I just feel like there's so much pressure on parents right now to just be the all-star and do everything that they can. So I just want to say thank you to all the parents in Brooks Medicine Hat who have gone the extra mile to do that. And my question is for the Minister of Education, what exactly are we looking for? What are the targets that we're looking for in order to send children back? In September, you talked about a regional approach. I know Brooks was one of the ones that was delayed in the relaunch because of an outbreak. What does a second wave look like? How would that affect our relaunch in September?
Minister of Education.
Thank you. Great questions. And I wish I could give you certainty in the answers, but right now, as I've been saying all along, we are certainly wanting the best to be able to go back in a very normal setting. That's why we've got the plans. We're providing for 3 scenarios, hoping for the best, but planning for the worst. And I think, so that we have a good solid plan wherever we find ourselves on or before August 1st, that we can provide that certainty. We definitely take our direction and our guidance from the Chief Medical Officer and Alberta Health. They will certainly be the ones telling us what their best recommendation is in this area, and that has served all of the province in good stead thus far, because we're so fortunate to be amongst one of the best in terms of keeping that curve low across the country. So we can take solace in that fact. I do know that to date we have 926 children who have been tested positive for COVID, and so we also know that while children tend to, besides the Kawasaki type disease, autoimmune, which is still a very small percentage of students and or children, which is comparable to others that are suffering from other inflammatory diseases. But we know that students can be super spreaders, so we have to be very, very careful. And we have to ensure that we are able, even in the event that we go back under one scenario, that we are able to transition quickly to another scenario if there is a second wave of pandemic, or if there's a hot spot in a certain area that all of a sudden develops. So we want to be able to ensure that we have thought this through all the way, that we can give parents the assurity to know that we're thinking through all the issues.
Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
I think that parents have raised, or rather staff have raised some concerns around even more falling on them. And I did hear that we're going to be tasking teachers with doing health assessments to identify whether or not students are showing up with multi-system inflammatory syndrome. And I think that many teachers would feel that that may not necessarily be their greatest strength. They're trying to keep kids safe in a number of other areas. So the question that I'm asking is, will there be additional resources to help with the additional demands that are continuing to be put on school staff, existing school staff? Also, when we were debating estimates, and this relates back to COVID now even more than then, we were talking about CEUs and the move to the weighted moving average and the funding cut of 50% in your 4th year and 75% in your 5th year. And I was told it's interim. So we are very close to the end of this school year, and in turn the beginning of the next school year. Teachers are asking me, and so are parents, what does this mean about students who want to take a number of different options that are in CTS, for example. They've already lost out on a significant opportunity this year in those classes because, of course, the focus has been on diploma-related coursework. But they want to ensure that students have the opportunity to engage in the full spectrum that is supposed to be the high school experience. And for a number of students, we've heard a lot of talk about the trades in this house and how important it is, and I want to say I agree. And for a number of students, an opportunity to take a CTS course and be engaged in a future career path is the reason why they go to school. So they haven't been able to do that, a lot of them, over the last several months. So what are we going to do to make sure that the new funding formula doesn't hurt them when they return post-COVID, that they get a proper educational experience, and that they have the opportunity to pursue their interests in an educational setting? Of course, acknowledging that COVID, there could be issues with touching and those types of things. So how are we going to make sure that we do that safely? Thank you.
Honourable members, we have about 5 minutes left in this portion of the debate. To the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you so much. And so to address the first question in terms of additional resources, et cetera, a portion of the CMR funding, the maintenance and renewal funding that was recently announced, which was $250 million. It's a significant amount. We already know that approximately $15 million of that has already been allocated by school divisions towards some of the additional protocols and systems that they want to put in place, such as hand washing stations, upgrading, those type of facilities that will help ensure that proper protocols are there to protect students and staff. I know that staff may be a little bit concerned about students coming back and having to monitor their health, which is, and I can understand that. But that being said, on a day-to-day basis, when you have students coming to school, oftentimes students can leave home, children leave home, on the bus, or by the time they get to school, all of a sudden they've developed a fever or whatever. And so we need to continually, reinforce to children that they need to let their parents know if they're not feeling well, so that the parents can make that initial assessment and judgment, because they are in the best position to do that. And second, if they do become ill in school, that we do have the teachers and the staff looking at it from a objective perspective, that they can look at those students and say, okay, perhaps this is this or whatever, and somewhat be able to deal with those situations. Of course, in light of COVID, that will take on a new meaning for sure. As far as the school divisions providing experiences for students, absolutely. School divisions want to provide those wonderful experiences.
The Honourable Member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the Minister for answering our questions. I'd like to take us back to about maybe 7-8 weeks ago, just before spring break, when it was a really hectic time when it came to COVID and the response from the education system. I was one of thousands of Albertan parents, hundreds of thousands almost around the province, that had to deal very quickly with having to also find new arrangements for my 2 young boys who are in the public school system and the most amazing riding in the province of Spruce Grove and Stony Plain, and trying to deal with the whole new dynamics of teaching my boys French. And I know a lot of parents were concerned at the time about the speed in which the schools and the decisions came down in terms of affecting the school schedule. So I guess my question is to the Minister is, at that time, what was the type of consultation with the school boards as well as teachers? It happened very suddenly, and maybe I was hoping she can just kind of walk through the process that it went through over the course of that weekend, and just kind of let about, how the ministry reacted with communicating with parents, school boards, and teachers, just about this new schooling arrangement with having the kids stay at home. So, thank you.
Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you. And it seemed, even from my perspective, that things were moving very quickly, as they have been with COVID and our reaction to it. And I'm glad we took the steps that we took. As Dr. Hinshaw, our Chief Medical Officer, was presenting to the Emergency Management Cabinet Committee meeting on, I believe it was the Thursday or Friday prior to the Sunday. At that particular time, the recommendation was that we continue to keep our classes open. During that weekend, there was numerous conversations that were had with the Alberta School Boards Association, with the ATA, with the College of Alberta Superintendents, with Dr. Hinshaw, and by the Sunday, late Saturday, Sunday, there was definitely a feeling that we needed to, and we discussed all the possibilities. Do we do it on a regional basis? Do we look at it from just isolated areas, or do we look at all in-school learning shutting down? And so, in broad consultation with all of those groups, it was very, very clear that this needed to happen, and needed to happen right now. We had parents that were very fearful to send their children to school. We had staff that were very fearful to come to school. And because there were so many unknowns and so many things happening, and so much uncertainty. And so that was what led to that final decision.
Well, members, that now concludes the education portion of this afternoon / early evening. I will now invite any other member of Executive Council to make a statement if they wish. Seeing none, I will recognize the honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think it just is worth noting at this moment that I would like to thank the ministers who made themselves available and the staff who made themselves available, because I think this is an important issue and an important debate. But as you referenced, the time has now come and gone for additional ministers to make statements on this issue. And I think I have to just register our disappointment that of the ministers we have, 4 were made available and 18 were not.
That would not be appropriate at this time, or so I'm wondering if there was a motion, although that would be highly unusual for you to make at this time. Seeing that there are no other ministers to make statements, that has concluded our afternoon. The evening session has been cancelled. This House now stands adjourned till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.